Welcome to the Critical Decentralization Cluster, spelled with an S, not a Z. Decentralization. Because we are in Europe. For those of you who were here last year, you know that we were also here last year. And for those of you in other clusters who had to listen to me last year, here I am again for you to listen to me. My name is Diego Salazar. I'm going to be the MC for this stage. We've got a lot of great content coming up. We're going to be covering everything from open hardware, FOSS in Asia, just a bunch of really neat stuff, cryptocurrencies. This cluster is sponsored by RIAT and Monero. Oh, look, they're giving me a thing. Huh. Not yet. Dude, you shouldn't be looking at that stuff here. Just kidding. So, for those of you who are interested in what we have to offer, you can go to decentral.community. Yes, .community is a TLD now. You can go to decentral.community. We have all sorts of resources up there for you. Our schedule, we've got a thing, it says schedule. It's kind of hard to miss in the navigation. If you click on schedule, you can see everything we got going on. We've got workshops, we've got talks here on the stage. FOSSASIA over there is going to be running workshops periodically. You can check in with them. They've got some really cool stuff to show. We're going to take this time at the beginning of our cluster stage period, I guess, to introduce all of the projects that are here with us. We have several of them, and we'd like for you to meet them all. They're going to come up here one by one. They're going to say who they are, what they do, what their mission is, what you can expect from them over these next 3 days. We hope that you guys come back and visit us if any of our talks or content interests you. We've always got people over here to talk to. If you have any questions about anything that you hear about on the stage or anything that you want to talk about in terms of cryptocurrencies, Monero, we've also got coffee back there from the Paralelni Polis people, and they're going to tell you all about that. But it is perpetually 1 a.m. in here if there is no sun, so the coffee is good to help keep you going. Let's see. All right, I've been on for 2 minutes, and I have 15 minutes for this kind of opening introduction. I know I keep making this joke. For any of you who've seen me on stage before, they always give me way too much time for this introduction. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and move into the next portion, which is talking about Monero. I am also a part of Monero, the Monero community. And while I do have a couple of presentations, particularly on tomorrow, I'm going to be talking about FOSS and different funding models, but then the next day after that, I'm going to be giving a presentation about Monero, how it works, kind of the underlying stuff of blockchain, where Monero fits into all of this. I just wanted to let you guys know, just a little bit briefly, what Monero is, why we are here, particularly why we are here in C3, what the Monero community believes in. Believe it or not, this entire cluster, all of the decorations that have been put up, all the people, some of the people that have been flown out here, this was all funded by the Monero community. So Monero, for those of you who don't know, is a cryptocurrency. It's similar to Bitcoin, except it's private by default and mandatory. Bitcoin is not. Bitcoin is traceable. And Monero, unlike many other cryptocurrencies, did not have an ICO, did not have a pre-mine, did not have any of the stuff that a lot of these other coins have had. And it's because of this lack of kind of this commercial nature that C3 is actually, we're pretty much the only cryptocurrency that is here at C3, because we are really definitely in that whole grassroots area, non-commercial type thing. So whenever we need to fund something like all of this that you see here, we have a crowdfunding platform of our own, similar to Kickstarter, I guess. It's called the CCS, the Community Crowdfunding System. And basically, the RIAT guys, they put together, we need all of this for the stage, we need to pay these people, we need to get these supplies, and the Monero community funded this whole thing. It was a lot of money, and everybody donated a lot of money and a lot of time, and you're going to hear more when Matthias comes up here and talks about RIAT, about just what was done to make this kind of all come together. It's really fascinating. We are thrilled to be back. Last year was a blast. Were any of you guys here last year? Were any of you guys in this cluster last year checking us out? No? None of you guys came? That's okay. We still love you, and we hope that you'll enjoy your time here. We now have another stage to compete with. So we may get a dancing clown over here or something to kind of bring people from over there. They seem very engaged. They seem a lot more engaged than you guys seem engaged. So I think I got to step up my game over here. They're looking very intensely. Anyway, we're thrilled that C3 had us back. We've got a lot of new great content this year. Oh, no, he's telling me, go back and Diego, go into the light. Go into the light. Kind of lost my train of thought over here. So, content. Yeah, okay, thank you. We've got a lot of great content. Once again, please go to the website. All of our schedule is there, and there's links in particular so if you want to learn more about anything that is on the schedule, there's links that take you to kind of not just excuse me. I am very jet lagged, by the way. I am so tired. Tomorrow, this is my second day here in Leipzig. I'm in for the United States. Tomorrow will be a much better day, and I will, if all of my jokes fall flat today, please let's just attribute it not to my lack of a sense, my lack of a sense of humor, but to the fact that I'm very, very tired. But I love you all so much that I'm here anyway, just for you, when I could be back at my hotel room sleeping. Or, they have hammocks. They were just telling me that they have hammocks over there where I can go sleep. Does anybody have a hammock? Can you share? I am going to go ahead and get off this stage, and I'm going to invite Matthias up here. We're already way ahead of schedule, but that's a good problem to have instead of to be behind schedule. I'm going to invite Matthias up here to talk about RIAT. Oh no, he's doing a thing. All right, I just gotta keep doing that. I'm so sorry, guys. I know you came here for quality content, and instead you're getting Diego rambling about things, trying to stall for time as we get a few things done. They were like, Diego, you're supposed to be on here for 15 minutes for the introduction, for 15 minutes for Monero, and guess what, guys? It's 5:07. So I'm already in trouble. It's just there's not much to say about Monero. It's really boring. Ethereum's claim to fame is like, we're the world computer, and Bitcoin's like, we're the first cryptocurrency. And Monero's like, yeah, we're like Bitcoin, but we're private. And whenever we make new technology that comes out, it's like, oh, that's cool. What does it do? It makes Monero more private. No, it's not. It's like plumbing, Every house needs plumbing. If you don't have plumbing, like you're not going to use this house very often, or you're going to go someplace else because eventually you're going to need plumbing. But it's not the cool thing about your house, right? When you bring new people into your house, you're like, look at this mantelpiece, look at this fireplace I got built, look at my kitchen and this big refrigerator I have. You don't go, look at this plumbing. I mean, you can't see it, most of it, but like, it's there, and it's exquisite, right? That's like what Monero is to society, because we believe in privacy. We believe everybody has a right to privacy, and with the particular audience that comes to C3, I don't think I have to do much convincing to you guys that privacy is important. Open source software is important, right? And so Monero, we really lean into that, but we really lean into the foundations and the basics of it, and it just doesn't have this big shine, which is very, very unfortunate, because I think, personally, that something like Monero or privacy, by default and mandatory, not just in our finances, but in a lot of the other areas of our lives, such as, what we put onto our computers, who we let into our homes, who listens to us on a day-to-day basis via the electronic devices that we carry around all the time. Like, these are all important things that people need to think about. These are all things that people need to consider. And something like Monero gives people that option. So once again, come to my talk. Monero for Scrubs on day 3. This is day 1. Yesterday was like day 0. Is day 1 always kind of semi-dead because people are kind of setting up? Day 2 is like kind of busy. Last year it was, and day 2 was a lot of hustle and bustle. Day 1's kind of all right. It's kind of okay. For me, C3 doesn't even start until I'm on stage, so what do I know? Okay, let's take audience questions now while we're still stalling for time. Who's out? You there. Yes. How? No. It's you. You want to come up on stage with me? No. Yes. Okay, that's totally fine. You broke my heart just now, but it's totally fine. Thank you for this opportunity for audience questions. And now that segment is over as soon as it began. So I think I will stop rambling at this point. I think I will when they're. Wait, guys, we do have an audience question. Okay. Ooh. Okay, you know that's a good question. It's not something I'm going to cover in my talk because it's a little bit more advanced. So I'll actually go ahead and cover it here. For those who didn't hear the question, he said he read the CryptoNote paper. He's just trying to flex on all of us. He's like, I read like academic papers and stuff. He's like, I read the CryptoNote paper, and my question was, how does the privacy of something like Monero compare to the privacy of something like Zcash? So that sounds like something interesting to explore. That'll kill a bunch of time. So I'm all for it. So Monero versus Zcash, we get this kind of question a lot, and it's not just versus Zcash. People will say, well, how does Monero compare to something like ZeroCoin? How does Monero compare to something like Verge? Or all these other coins that claim privacy in various different ways. So as I think many of us here know, there's many ways to achieve privacy. First of all, let me back up all the way to the foundation of this. Step 0, privacy is really, really, really hard. It's really hard to get right. It's really difficult to minimize all the metadata leakage. It's so difficult. And if you mess up just once, you can really ruin it for yourself. Privacy is all about revealing what you want, when you want, and to who you want. And I will answer your question. I'm not just kind of circling around because I don't know, okay? These are all very important things to think about, because really what privacy is at its root is it's blocking metadata leakage. It's blocking things getting out about you that you don't want to get out, right? And there's various ways that people do this. Some people, in terms of cryptocurrencies, they try to do this kind of in an opt-in method where, most transactions are private and you can kind of you can turn on the privacy technologies. Some, they say, we don't want to mess with this at all. And like Bitcoin, they kind of try to do this on a second layer. On the base layer of Bitcoin, there's no privacy, but if you jump up to something like Lightning, you can kind of go into that. Or if you use kind of a third-party tool like Wasabi or Samurai Wallet or some sort of mixing service, then you can kind of try to increase your privacy that way. Whereas something like Monero says, no, privacy doesn't work that way. It's all we view it much more extremely. It's kind of all or nothing. And the way that I like to talk about it is it's similar to driving. Okay, you could be the best driver in the world. You could be the safest driver in the world. But it's not you that you have to worry about. When you get behind the wheel and you start driving around your city, it's not you have to worry about. It's everybody else. Because even if you're the safest driver, all it takes is one drunk driver to hit you and kill you. Right? Privacy is the same way. Privacy graphs, being able to kind of link people to each other or link transactions to each other. You could do everything perfectly, take all the right steps. And like if you're trying to remain private in Bitcoin, there's a lot of steps to remaining private in Bitcoin. Like you can't reuse addresses, and you can't consolidate your transactions after the fact, the list goes on and on. You can look those up for yourself. You can do all of this 100% perfectly. But then if you transact with somebody that is not doing this well, this is the drunk driver that's going to hit you. This is the person that you're not aware of, that is not doing things well, and now this person is linked to you, and all that work that you've done will be for nothing. So Monero kind of goes about this in the way that we say, what if we made all the drivers safe by default? I wish that was a thing in real life where we can make all drivers drive sanely by default, but that doesn't work that way. But we can kind of enforce that on a protocol level with Monero, where we say, let's make sure that everybody uses a baseline, a sane base level of privacy, so everybody is covered in this way. So kind of when we're looking towards Zcash, first of all, they have opt-in privacy. So not many people use it, but it is theoretically more robust. So now we're going to kind of talk about zero knowledge, ZK snarks versus something like RingCT, which Monero uses. So for those of you who don't know, Zcash uses something called ZK snarks, which is a cool little thing that they developed for themselves. It's basically mathematical magic where they say, we can know nothing about particular something and prove it is still something. Google has been doing stuff with zero knowledge. Zero knowledge is not just for cryptocurrencies, like something Google has been working on, which I just heard about, which I think is just mind-blowing, where you can send them a search but it's completely encrypted. And they get that search, and they don't know what you sent them because it's encrypted, but it's encrypted in zero knowledge, and then they are able to get the results and send those results back to you. And they still have no idea what you sent them. And it was all done in zero knowledge, so then you get that. It's absolutely insane. It's math magic, basically. It's kind of wizardry. I don't even think it's real. But it's this idea that you can prove something about something without knowing anything about it. So Zcash has this thing where they can prove in very mathematically clever and cool ways certain things about a transaction to show that coin is not created or destroyed, to show that everything adds up and everything is kosher and it's not breaking anything of the protocol. Very nifty, very, very cool. Okay, but the issue that a lot of the Monero people take with Zcash is that it requires a trusted setup. It requires, in order to get this magic to work, you have to have a wizard at some point. Wave a magic wand and say a magic thing. And if this wizard waving this wand and saying this thing remembers what he said and how he said it, then all of a sudden he's going to be able to do some pretty crazy things. He's going to be able to print infinite Zcash, and he would be able to theoretically crack some of the privacy of Zcash. Maybe not all of it, but the privacy would weaken because of certain attacks that he could do. In this case, this wizard is not a funny image. This wizard is a certain number. In order to set up this whole Zcash thing, the trusted setup requires a number. And they try to mitigate this risk by saying, okay, what if we have 5 different people generate the number so that way no one person can know that number at any given time? What if, and if even one of these 5 people is honest and destroys his portion of the number, then we never can assemble the full number again and nobody would ever know. And, they're trying to make that even more robust by saying, what if it's not 5 people? What if it's 70 people? And still, just one person needs to be honest. So Zcash is very, very strong in terms of trusted privacy. There is some element of trust at some point. There is some element of trust required for this privacy to work. Monero, conversely, uses RingCT, and we have a wonderful, wonderful book called Mastering Monero, which you can look at. There's a free PDF that you could download. There's also physical copies if you prefer those to order, masteringmonero.com. And it takes you through a lot of the technologies that Monero use and a lot of great analogies and how it works. So Monero doesn't just use RingCT. It uses something called stealth addresses and RingCT and ring signatures, and all of those kind of work together to create what we consider and what we hope is a robust way of doing privacy. I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry, Zcash. Monero. Okay. So Monero does things in this way, different from Zcash in that Monero, it's a common misconception that Monero doesn't use any sort of zero knowledge. Remember, zero knowledge proofs just mean that you can prove a certain thing about a statement without revealing something. So as an example, a ring signature is a form of zero knowledge proof. Because a ring signature can say, we don't know who the sender is. And how do we obfuscate the sender? By saying it could be one of many possible senders. But we can prove that it was indeed one of these senders without knowing exactly which sender it was. And in that way, we try to obfuscate who the sender actually is. So really, does that kind of answer your question? Yeah? Okay, how much time have I burned? Remember, 30 minutes. We're at 5:18, and they're still not ready. But we're closer than ever before. Does anybody else have a question, a Monero-related question, a CDC-related question to me? Because if not, I'm gonna have to start telling bad jokes, and nobody wants to hear my jokes. 10-minute break, he says. Okay, so great. I can get off this stage. Thank you guys so much for listening to me ramble. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start introducing. We're going to start introducing all of the other assemblies in our cluster, and we've got a lot of them. So stick around. We've got some good stuff coming up, and I'll see you guys around. speaking about all of our assemblies. So any assemblies part of the Critical Decentralization Cluster, please be on standby. As soon as we're done with one, we're going to move right on to the other. Somebody will come grab you. For those of you that are in the audience, you just want to know this is the place to be. Take a seat, lean back, put your hands behind your head. Let's do a few neck rolls. Let's relax. Nobody's doing it with me. All right. I'll go ahead and pass this off. Come on up, Matthias, and let's talk about RIAT.
Thank you, Diego. Amazing. Hello, everyone. My name is Matthias Tarasiewicz, and I'm from RIAT, from the RIAT Institute, and I want to explain you a little bit about what we are doing and what also we try to do here with the cluster at the C3. So I will introduce a little bit RIAT itself. So we're an institute, that means we're an NGO, and we are doing research, development, communication, and education in the fields of cryptography, privacy technologies, and the future of decentralization. That's the mission, the basic mission of RIAT, so to say. We have an office and lab in Austria. We have a few different groups which work across Europe, mostly Europe, one smaller group in the US, and we have, in a way, a lot of decentral ways of working together already since 2012. As I said, we have an NGO structure. That means we're trying to work and educate people around the topics of privacy and decentralization since quite some while already. And we've been through all these kind of blockchain hypes and so on, and we are still existing, which is a good thing, I guess. So we are also trying to advance these topics because, especially if you remember these kind of blockchain hype times and ICO hype times, like there was a lot of like shallow discussion in this whole field. I think there's like a lot more to gain from the technology still, if you understand it better. So maybe to explain a little bit more of the organization then. So we exist in 2012, and it's a kind of a, I would say not a merger because it's not a commercial thing. So we have been kind of integrating different groups we have been having before. So there was, for example, the group Artistic Bokeh, which was looking into like different camera hacks and like advancing camera technologies, DSLR hacks and so on. Then we had the group SuperNet, who was existing. It was existing since early 2003. It was a kind of an artistic group running a large exhibition space in Vienna, mainly. And we also organized and started the Coded Cultures Initiative back then. This was all around like 2004, 2005. And this all got merged into RIAT. And so this explains a little bit why we have this kind of artistic background as well. So this is our labs and our offices, how they look when they are empty. I just found images when they are empty, actually. But for people to see, so this is in Austria, in Vienna, and this is, this is when there's some setup. So here you see some funny small exhibition featuring some DAO punching machine, where you could punch the creators of the DAO physically in this kind of boxing machine. So here you see a snapshot of one of our workshop areas. So in this case, it's also the RIAT hardware lab where we're working. So it looks a bit messy, but I kind of like that photo. And here you see a map of where we try to map a little bit what was achieved by RIAT, but also in a kind of an Austrian, it's not meant nationalistic, it's like more, there's this kind of Austrian shape in the background. So just a little bit to explain also why I chose this image now to explain you a little bit RIAT. So for us, we somehow went through all this hype, so you see very good the kind of blockchain search term hypes on the bottom of this image. And at the same time, there were, in my opinion, this shows also how the whole shift has happened in this kind of cryptocurrency space and in this kind of decentralization space, because in the beginning it was a very much DIY-led and community-led process. The whole thing was very much undertaken by individuals or like small groups or people that really wanted to change something. In my opinion, this changed a lot in 2016, 2017, when we saw this commercialization or this kind of heavy hype of blockchain. At the same time, me personally, I was not so fascinated by this kind of hype momentum, but more at when there was a kind of a grassroots element to it, and when there was a specific change that was promised that all this kind of decentralization could bring us. So in a way, it's interesting on this image also to see that there's a lot of like meetups we started. So also to explain what RIAT does, we do a lot of like physical meetings. Like people are in a way also discussing different technologies, learning from each other. And in this way, also the program at the cluster is very much related to what we are doing. So we are mainly working in these three fields, which is open hardware, privacy and anonymity, and coded cultures, which is this kind of term that we created with with these other art groups back in 2009 when we had a festival with the same name, which tried to bring hacker culture and technological culture closer together in the field of art, artistic domain. So these are also the 3 labs that we currently run at RIAT. So there's the RIAT Open Hardware Lab, the Artistic Technology Lab, and the Future Cryptoeconomics Lab. And I want to give a brief insight in what these labs do. So to start with the RIAT Open Hardware Lab, and there's also people from the lab here. So you will also see in the next days a few elements in the program and in the workshops around open hardware. So we started working with this project, which is the Apertus Axiom open source cinema camera. Quite some while ago. We're still a little bit working with them, but not so closely anymore. This was a Horizon 2020 project that we did back in, I think it was like 2016 or something. And there's also a talk of mine from 32C3 about the project, in case you didn't see it yet, where I explained like what are the challenges in open hardware projects, how documentation becomes a necessary element that is often overlooked, and what are all these kind of elements that are that would make up a successful open hardware project. The funny thing is, in an open hardware project, they usually don't have a business model, so it was also interesting for us to understand like how they work. So still I'm very fascinated on the different elements of open hardware projects, and we're also tackling this within our lab. So this is like one good example of a publication that we're doing. So we're doing multiple publications also from the labs. This is a little bit older one. This is from 2016, but this has already a few more volumes of it. It's called Openism Conversations in Open Hardware. And we started to investigate a little bit qualitatively how different open hardware projects work. What do they understand about open hardware? So what are they opening? How libre is the hardware that is actually presented? And we got quite a bunch of people together that we interviewed, and we published it in a very nice book that you can also here see in our info table. And we love to also make an interview with you about your open hardware project in case you're in this domain. Specifically, I was fascinated in getting to know these projects a little bit better in this regard, and also to understand what are the different motivations. So, for example, David Cortieles, you might know as one of the inventors of the Arduino board. Arduino still is one of the most important open hardware projects because they figured out a way how to basically. I mean, the model is pretty nice. It did a lot to the maker movement. It was very important. But also at the same time, there's a lot of potential that is untouched still with open hardware. So, for example, also this book we got a very nice text basically talking about if there could be something like a return of investment calculated with open hardware project. So. There's a lot of different approaches to open hardware in there, and we are also continuing this series. So please get in contact with us, or if you want to have one of these books, they are on our info table. In this context, also the RIAT Open Hardware Lab will have a few workshops here at the cluster. So we will run one workshop tomorrow. We don't have too many seats because this is like based on the specific hardware that we brought with us. So get in touch with us if you're interested in joining there. So the idea here is to look at the Trezor CryptoLib and to see how this is actually functioning and what we can learn from it. So Trezor CryptoLib is, in my opinion, very important in terms of open hardware because Trezor is a very nice open hardware piece. So you all know that the Trezor device possibly. What's nice about it is that the software is very good documented. You can port it on another device as well, so you don't have to run it on your own Trezor. If you're very paranoid, you can create the MCU, you can rebuild everything. And we are trying to see what can we learn from the Trezor CryptoLib, how good is it documented, what kind of different crypto workflows can we get with simple devices that are not that fast as usual crypto accelerated devices. We are working with a simple thing, which is basically the Arduino IDE. So the idea is like people can, with the Arduino IDE, develop different very simple cryptographic primitives. They can learn from the cryptographic workflows, and they can use it in their projects. So that's what we will be starting tomorrow. To give you a short insight also on the Artistic Technology Lab, this is a little bit intersecting with the term that I said before, with the coded cultures term. So for me, this whole lab started with the Coded Cultures Festival that we organized from 2004 until 2011. I think there was one issue also in 2015. It was a large festival like bringing like hacker culture and different artistic communities together in a large exhibition space usually. And this was also including workshops which took place all over the year. So there was a very in-depth book we created for 1 year almost. This was released in 2011, and this is called Coded Cultures, New Creative Practices Out of Diversity, where we're looking specifically at Japanese hacker culture, like Japanese device culture, and their approach to openness, but also their artistic approaches. And this got me like thinking, because what was interesting also in this regard was to see that a lot of these developments, there's even a term for that in Japanese. It's called shindogo, the unuseless objects. You have all these kind of interesting, non-commercial, like anti consumerist devices in open hardware communities, or like anti-consumer production approaches, which I found interesting. And so I dug deeper into that. So that became the Artistic Technology Lab, which was an actual lab which we installed at a design university in Austria, in Vienna. So also at the same time, like a little bit at the time of ending this book, this lab started to create the Bitcoin Cloud, which was the very first Bitcoin-related art piece. This was it's maybe also often overlooked because the website is not up again still. So you can find it on archive.org still, an old website of that. And maybe to show you some pictures and maybe funny ideas behind it. So it was actually the most inefficient mining rig ever built, because people would only mine if they would watch the art piece. We put some sensors in there, and basically it was a stupid idea back at the time, because I mean, would we have mined it, we would have a lot of Bitcoins. But back in this time when Bitcoin was a little bit below $1, it seemed like a reasonable idea, and Bitcoin was good actually in order to make the point that art has this kind of speculative momentum, because the artistic object also is like, why is something worth that much? It's like really, it was interesting. So it was fascinating to us how value it gets actually created in art production, like in art pieces. And so we tried to work in this direction. So this had various iterations. So we had around, I think, like 8 versions of the art piece, and was traveling all over the world. We had this shown in multiple places. And there's also still a summary about the project if you're interested. We have also still the code and everything. It's super outdated, super old Bitcoin version, but it's still up there. But this also is interesting because I wanted to show you a more recent approach that we took now with all these kind of different artifacts that we collected throughout the years. So starting from the Bitcoin Cloud, we started to collect a lot of like different pieces from the, I would say, larger crypto sphere. We collected a lot of like early prototypes from hardware devices. We, as you can see here on the image, for example, there's one of the switchboards of the Bitcoin Cloud that we hand etched and everything. Then there's, for example, manipulated different devices that we just kept, or like old versions of devices, all different sorts of like devices around cryptography and art that we are collecting, and that we are putting in something that we call the decentral archive of process artifacts. So this is something the lab also creates, and we have a very large archive until now. There will also be a publication coming out in February of next year, where we will explain a little bit the background of it, and we will showcase a few of these devices. So last year, if somebody was here at the cluster, you saw possibly a few of our devices from the lab which we brought with us last year. So this is another thing that is produced by the Artistic Technology Lab. This is the Journal for Research Cultures, which is an academic publication which is currently published annually. There's like 3 different new editions coming out. So you can find this online. It's an open access journal. It's called Journal for Research Cultures, and currently there's 1 issue out, but we are planning to launch 3 different issues in the next year. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about the Future Cryptoeconomics Lab, which is a more recent lab. So we started this actually in 2016 as part of RIAT as well. So you might have seen this newspaper that we also have at our info table that we give out to people for, free of cost. So if you're interested, please come to us. Then you can of course get one of those issues. So continuing this idea of the publication that I showed before of this open hardware dialogues, we somehow mapped this as a kind of a general method for us to learn and to explore different projects. So we started to get in touch with all the different projects that we found interesting in the wider scope of cryptoeconomics, or I would say not only cryptoeconomics, but distributed systems. And we tried to understand the different design approaches of decentralized systems. We tried to understand what are the different motivations of the players. So, for example, in this issue, which is the first issue of this magazine, and there's like 4 more to come also next year, we made a lot of different interviews with, for example, Vitalik Buterin, or people that made this kind of cryptographic decentralized system that we have today. But we're also trying to understand a little bit the limitations of this kind of utopian visions, or these different visions that are somehow put into place there in software. So for example, you have heard of this kind of term of the immutable code, unstoppable code with Ethereum. This was, for example, largely stopped, or like not being the case after the DAO fork. I don't know if most of you people know that, but these are all elements which showed me that this huge topic of decentralization is more kind of a promise than it is an actual fact. So we are very far away from actual decentralization when we look also where our data is, what kind of network censorship we have these days. So in my opinion, it's important to stay sharp here, and this is why we created this kind of format which is published in the magazine. So you can also, if you want the digital copy, just mail us or let us know. You find more information on the RIAT website. And you can, of course, also meet us here at the cluster and talk to us. So a lot of people of us are here. I won't go into too much detail about what we did with the cluster and how we envisioned this specific setting of different people meeting, because there will be another small introduction that Diego and me will be giving about the program, which will be, I guess, in 1 hour or so. Yeah, so thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to also answer any questions if there are any. There's no questions. We can, no histories. Okay, we'll make a 50 minutes break now, and then we continue with the program.
people up here. They're going to be talking about their little thing. They are an assembly, a little table back there. You can come visit them. I would like to invite Ome and Polto onto the stage. They're going to be talking with you guys about Swiss Cryptoeconomics Assembly and what they do. So go ahead and come on up, guys, and let us know what you got. Let's give them a hand.
Thanks. Hi.
Hello. So we are Swiss Cryptoeconomics. We are an assembly back there, as Diego introduced us. And maybe we can go on to the next slide. I have no hands. Can go.
Sorry. No,
Yeah,
you wanted
no.
that one.
Yeah, okay. So Swiss Cryptoeconomics. Why Swiss? Why cryptoeconomics?
So Switzerland, as you may know, is a very interesting country in terms of its political structure. We have a quite decentralized political system where the cantons, the local states, have most of the power. So we don't have this same political system as in most Europe, where there is a central government that may impeach some crypto project or something like that to emerge. So it's a very good ecosystem for decentralized projects to emerge.
And cryptoeconomics is because we have been a group of people from primarily working in Swiss Roman in the area of cryptocurrencies and decentralization, and we started inviting our friends from the community. And after 3 years, we are putting together a nice assembly, and we are giving nice content. Well, first of all, it's a meeting point for all these people here, and then we're going to be contributing with talks, workshops, and discussion groups.
Mainly on these topics and points of interest: cryptoeconomics, decentralization, governance, peer-to-peer, and and Web3, privacy, and ethics.
And we would like to give a little word about all the different projects and communities that have some representation within our assembly. So this is the list. I think we got all of them, and we're going to just give a few words about them.
So yeah, some are like independent developers and didn't want it to be cited here with a particular project. But for those who did, let's just briefly cite them. So Alephium is a decentralized and scalable blockchain with efficient cross-sharded transactions. So they are working on this.
Bonfire Link is a community initiative experimenting with tools and models for self-organization and local action.
Bullshit Money is my satirical project. It's a ERC20 token to talk about, to trigger a discussion basically about decentralization, about values, scarcity, motivation of tokenization, and all these kind of things that are quite often bullshit.
DAppNode is open source software for building censorship-resistant infrastructure layer owned and managed by individuals. DataFound, or Fair Data Society, is a project to transform data into assets on fair data principles. Ident3 is self-sovereign identities on Ethereum.
Merkelizer, a simple project to anchor and verify data on public blockchain.
NEEM is an incentivized and decentralized mixnet that can provide better anonymity than Tor for cryptocurrency and messaging applications.
Pope, an open protocol for decentralized identities.
And finally, Statebox, a diagrammatic language for modeling processes in a compositional way, and a formally verified technology stack for executing them.
So we are the assembly which is straight at the end of the Critical Decentralization Cluster. You can find us there, and welcome to discuss all of these projects.
And just maybe to highlight one of the most interesting workshops that we have, tomorrow I think it's going to be from high school math to ZK snarks, and it's going to be a 6-hour workshop that I believe is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question to us, there's a microphone here.
Not too many at a time.
So we have more time, so maybe we can go back to topics and interests. So maybe we can talk a bit of cryptoeconomics and how does that fit within this cluster?
Honestly, I would cover, like you already talked about the Ziki-Snark workshop. I would maybe cover dapnode because I think it's also interesting and maybe interesting for many people here. So dapnode is building a self-hosted infrastructure to really control your own nodes, and it's a kind of Linux distribution where you can install in models that will be also distributed in a decentralized way using IPFS. And here during the workshop you can learn how to build your own model for the dapnode to deploy your own software on these DApp nodes. It may be a blockchain, something blockchain related, but it can also be a non-blockchain project like Nextcloud or whatever else that may be hosted on your DApp node.
And maybe also to explain a bit more about POPE. So we have attendance badges for the cluster. So if you go to the assembly, you can get a little piece of paper with a QR code, and if you scan it, you will receive, come on, show it here. So,
sorry, I'm so late.
Okay, so you have a little piece of paper that you can, with a QR code that you can scan, and it will give you a non-fungible token on Ethereum that contains a proof that you were in the cluster.
Thank you.
Thanks. Do you want to cover another one from those?
No. Do we have more time?
Yeah, we have almost.
All right. So maybe let's talk about the how cryptoeconomics fits within this cluster. So for decentralized infrastructure, this in which there is no central authority, there needs to be some ways to align the behavior of the different participants in these networks. So that's primarily the point of the point of cryptoeconomics is how do we align these incentives with an economic model, and it's crypto because it uses cryptography to enable these systems. Want to help me here?
No, I think we can wrap up here.
Well, it's important for decentralization, and it opens discussions about governance, because these protocols at the end are controlled by people that run this software in their machines. And yeah, we're going to have many discussions about that. So you're very much invited to join us in those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omen Polto of Swiss Cryptoeconomics. Once again, they're kind of more towards the back of this cluster. They're closer to the food, so good for them. By all means, go ahead and visit them back there. We're going to take a short break while I invite Jeremy Rand from Namecoin up. We're going to get him set up right over here. If you're ever interested about Namecoin that Satoshi actually worked on, the only other one besides Bitcoin, then Jeremy's going to give you a brief introduction of that. So go ahead and get set up over here. Fascinating stuff if you're a nerd, fascinating stuff even if you're not a nerd. So we're going to just very short break. Stick around, don't go anywhere, or if you do, be back here really soon. For those of you who don't know, we are also streaming this. If you go to decentral.community, on the front index page is a YouTube link where we are streaming these things. So even if you have to go get some food, use the restroom, go to another talk, you can still open that up on your phone, put your headphones in, and be here all day, every day. So that's fantastic. We've got our next talk for you. Jeremy Rand from Namecoin is here, and he's going to be telling you all about this project that he works on. It's really interesting. I think it's actually one of the few use cases of blockchain. There's actually not that many, don't tell people. And he's going to tell you this one. So thanks so much. Let's give a hand to Jeremy.
All right. So I'm Jeremy Rand from Namecoin, and yeah, today I'm going to talk about just what the heck this Namecoin thing is for anyone who's not already super familiar with it. So let's get started. So DNS, if you're not familiar with how DNS works, it's basically the thing that maps domain names, i.e. a human-readable name like, say, RIAT.at, to an IP address, which is how your computer actually has to find the website. And unfortunately, DNS is vulnerable to censorship, i.e. making a domain name not resolve at all. DNS is also vulnerable to hijacking, making a domain name point to the wrong website. And both of these issues are because DNS is way too centralized. So what features would we consider to be desirable in a DNS-like system, ideally? So first off, we want it to be decentralized, right? So that means that there's no central entity who can change what a domain name maps to. We also want it to be global, meaning that if two different people look up the same domain name, they end up going to the same website. And we also want it to be human meaningful, meaning that a domain name is something that a human can actually remember and choose, rather than something that looks pseudo-random. And unfortunately, there is a fairly well-known conjecture called Zuko's triangle, which states that you can only get 2 out of those 3 properties at any given time. So as some examples of how Zuko's triangle works, cryptographic keys, let's say, I don't know, a Bitcoin or Monero address. They're decentralized, meaning there's no central third party who can change what a Monero address points to. They're also global. If 2 people send money to the same Monero address, the same person will get the money. But they are not human meaningful. You look at a Monero address or a Bitcoin address or a .onion domain, something like this, it looks pseudo-random. Elsewhere on the triangle, we have DNS and DNSSEC. These are global. If you enter if 2 people enter the same DNS domain name in a web browser, they do end up with the same website. They're also human meaningful. DNS domain names, they look like something a human would choose, but they are not decentralized, and that makes us very sad. There's also another set of systems on the third end of the triangle, things like bookmarks, or pet names, or the GNU name system, or I2P. And these are decentralized because there's no central third party who can change what your bookmarks point to. They're also human meaningful. You can choose what you name your bookmarks, but they are not global. You might have a bookmark and your friend might have a bookmark. They might have the same name, but they can point to totally different websites. So if you want to achieve all 3 of these properties at once, sadly this is a very hard problem, because it generalizes to a class of problems called the decentralized global consensus problem. And this problem was actually first analyzed by Lamport back in the 1970s. And Lamport actually came up with a math proof saying this is impossible to solve. Sometime later, when Wikipedia was first being built, the Wikimedia Foundation really wanted to make Wikipedia a peer-to-peer app instead of running it on central servers. And so they had their cryptographers try to look into whether that could be done. And their cryptographers ended up independently reproducing Lamport's argument that this is impossible. And meanwhile, in the cypherpunk community, there were lots of efforts to build a peer-to-peer currency. And in that context, this was called the double spend problem. And they also decided this was not possible to solve. Well, as most of us know today, this class of problems that includes Zuko's triangle was finally solved by Bitcoin in 2009. That's why peer-to-peer currencies are a thing. So, does that mean we can solve Zuko's triangle using Bitcoin, maybe? So the first person to sort of suggest this was Appomatto. He posted this in the Bitcoin IRC channel in 2010. And he said, I have an idea for a Bitcoin-like DNS system. Basically, each generating block allows you to define a new name, and transactions are remappings of the names to IP addresses. And he says, although there have been attempts to tackle DNS in a distributed way in the past, I don't think there have been solutions that fully removed authority from the equation. And he also saw what the parallels in these problems as well, because he said, if there was such a solution, it probably would have been possible to implement Bitcoin directly on top of it, and we all know that didn't happen. And so Appomatto proposed a system that he called BitDNS that would achieve this. And another community member, Thamos, replied, and he said, well, why don't we just generate domain credits that allow you to generate a domain, and then we can transfer around those domain credits too. And this had the advantage compared to Appomatto's original proposal that you could register names trustlessly without being a miner yourself. And this was basically the first ever invention of the concept of a utility token. So that was in the Bitcoin scene. Elsewhere, in the DNS-related scene, Dan Kaminsky and Aaron Swartz have been looking into Zuko's triangle for quite a while. My understanding is they actually had a long-running bet to see whether Aaron could find a way to solve it. And at some point then, Dan Kaminsky got really interested in Bitcoin. And Dan told Aaron, you know, since DNS and a currency are actually really similar problems, you know, Zuko's triangle might make Bitcoin impossible too. And Aaron initially thought that that made no sense because, you know, Bitcoin obviously does work. But he pondered this for a few days, and then he concluded that, you know, Dan is actually right. But that doesn't mean Bitcoin's impossible. It just means we can actually use Bitcoin to solve Zuko's triangle. And Aaron proposed a system called Naka names, which resembled BitDNS quite closely, although he wasn't aware of BitDNS at the time. Well, a couple of months later, Vincent Durham actually released something that did this. It was Namecoin. So Namecoin is basically what DNS would look like if it were on a blockchain. It uses the .bit top-level domain. So as a result of using its own top-level domain, it interoperates with the DNS, and it doesn't conflict with it. So you can have a single computer that speaks both Namecoin and DNS at the same time. Namecoin is in its TLD. DNS uses all the other TLDs. They don't conflict. Namecoin is highly censorship resistant because censoring a .bit domain is basically the equivalent of trying to freeze bitcoins. It's also hijacking resistant because hijacking a .bit domain is roughly as hard as stealing bitcoins. So Namecoin is simultaneously decentralized, global, and human meaningful. It squares the triangle. So one of the other use cases that is really fun that you can do with Namecoin is you can actually use Namecoin as a decentralized public key infrastructure. So for example, let's say that you want to look up a public key for, I don't know, say TLS or Onion services or PGP or OTR or something like that. Namecoin can actually do this in a decentralized way. So for example, let's say that you have a website that uses HTTPS. You can put a TLS certificate fingerprint in your .bit domain, and visitors to your website can then verify your certificate without relying on a public certificate authority. So this is kind of similar to how DNSSEC and Dane do TLS, but Namecoin doesn't need the ICANN root key like DNSSEC does. So I'm going to wrap up by just sharing some kind of cool trivia things about Namecoin that might pique your interest. First off, as Diego alluded to, it's the only non-Bitcoin cryptocurrency where Satoshi Nakamoto actually directly had a hand in development. Specifically, Satoshi invented the idea of merged mining, which allows Namecoin to reuse Bitcoin mining's proof of work, which is the reason why Namecoin has a massively high hash rate. In fact, right now it's around 70% of Bitcoin's hash rate, so it's huge. And in fact, for 48 hours a couple years ago, we actually had a higher hash rate than Bitcoin due to the hash war between Bitcoin and BCH. In addition, we were endorsed by WikiLeaks in 2011. Julian Assange actually mentioned Namecoin in his conversation with Google CEO Eric Schmidt. What was kind of funny was that Assange actually mentioned Namecoin first, and he explained what Namecoin was by saying, oh, it's basically a Bitcoin-based DNS system, except the Google CEO was kind of not very literate about technology. Who knew? And he had no idea what Bitcoin was, and so Assange had to back up and explain what Bitcoin was before he could get back to explaining what Namecoin was. We were also favorably mentioned in an ICANN report in 2014, which is, I guess, a little bit surprising. Turns out even the establishment people seem to find us at least mildly interesting. Who knew? The founder of the Internet Archive, Bruce Drakale, said some nice things about us in 2016. And then between 2016 and 2017, we actually had some really interesting real-world usage of Namecoin that actually got into the news because the NSA whistleblowers, the shadow brokers, leaked a bunch of NSA malware code using a Namecoin domain name and in order to evade censorship. So that was kind of interesting. And speaking of things that made the news, the New York Times actually alleged in 2018 that Saudi Arabian intelligence actually recruited a Twitter employee to spy on my Twitter account. We're not totally sure why Saudi intelligence thought Namecoin was worth spying on, but the best guess we can have is that Namecoin was maintaining a fork of some TLS code by Moxie Marlinspike, and the Saudis were interested in Moxie, so they kind of wanted to surveil me as an extension of that. And then this year, the U.S. Department of Justice actually indicted 3 people for doing that spying operation for Saudi Arabia. And one of the people they indicted is the same guy that the New York Times specifically said was spying on the free software developers, including me. So, interesting. So finally, we really love collaborating with other projects. For example, we're currently collaborating with Monero on enabling anonymous name registrations. So if you have a cool idea that we might be able to work together on, please talk to me. We love collaborating. As you can see, I'm wearing a shirt with the Namecoin logo. Should be really easy to find me at a distance, so hopefully you'll have no trouble finding me. And that is my presentation. So thank you. Do we have time for questions? We do. Cool.
Hi, yeah. Thanks for the talk. Amazing stuff.
Thank you.
How is Namecoin better than ENS?
How is Namecoin better than ENS? So ENS, the Ethereum name service, for anyone who's not familiar with it, one of the interesting things about ENS that is not very well known is ENS actually has a backdoor in it. Would you believe that ENS actually has a backdoor, and they bragged about this at an ICANN meeting? They actually said that. They were asked a question about someone who was like, well, if someone registers a name that we think we should have rightful ownership of, how do we enforce a trademark claim against them? And the ENS developer actually replied that, there's actually a mechanism in ENS that can let 4 out of the 7 ENS developers change the mapping of names. So generally speaking, I would not recommend trusting a blockchain-based system that where the developers think that's an appropriate thing to have in there. So, did they finally take that out? Okay, so that's interesting that you're saying they've taken that out. I'll assume you're correct. I would still not recommend going with software by developers who leave that in there for years. Okay, cool.
I think they charge like $640 or something a year for a 3-letters domain, and I still don't know why and how they use the money and who will use the money. Like,
did you know that the auctions that ENS does are actually not done in a decentralized way?
They use this. I forgot the name, but they use.
They're using a centralized service because apparently they figured out that that using a decentralized way of doing the auction wouldn't actually scale properly on their blockchain. Is my understanding of why they do that. I think the system is called OpenSea that they're using. Is that right?
Yeah, it's like a game items type of thing. That's over. The auction is over, so now you can just register by a domain. Yeah. But you have to pay every year. Mm-hmm. It's like $5 for any domain, and 3 and 4 letters is more expensive. But I don't know who has the money, and
For what it's worth, generally speaking, so the Namecoin developers actually briefly looked at the idea of doing auction-based sales of names, and we actually rejected that idea for other reasons, just because we decided that auction-based systems are probably ripe for abuse in order to censor things, because what that means is in practice, if the names are being auctioned, then someone who has lots of money to throw at a problem, they can just make sure that names they don't want getting registered don't get registered. So, generally speaking, I don't think auctions are a good idea for a decentralized naming system because they're a tool that can be used for censorship. Okay.
Sorry to kick you off the stage, man. We got more people coming up. We are actually not going to have a break before our next people like we have because Jeremy actually used all of his time, unlike the rest of us scrubs who did not do that. So I'm going to actually hand this directly off to Mario from FOSSASIA. He's going to be talking with you guys about all the great things that they're doing. They are located back there with the red tablecloths. Mario, go ahead and tell us all the awesome things that you guys are doing at FOSSASIA.
Thank you very much. So, hello guys, and yeah, the slides are coming up in a moment as well. So, my name is Mario. I'm here from Germany. Yeah, many years I was based in Asia, in Vietnam and in Singapore, been to China many times, been to Taiwan. So we are an international community based out of Asia, but like working with people all around the world. And we felt that free and open source solutions need a real push around the world. So we said, like, let's call our community and our organization FOSSASIA. So let me talk a little bit about the hardware projects that we do. So we exist for 10 years. We started 2009, and originally it was a lot about software. But in this talk, now I want to talk about hardware, which is like the big topic here in this cluster. And there's so much great overlap with all these projects here and so many interesting conversations that we want to engage in. And yeah, let's have this session here part of this. So, open hardware, what are we doing? Let me introduce to 3 projects that we're doing. For example, we're doing the Pocket Science Lab. Who has heard about the Pocket Science Lab before? Pocket Science Lab, yeah? A few people, okay, great. But like actually most of it still don't know it. So the Pocket Science Lab is a measuring device. Our idea is to have a device that scientists and students and people working with microelectronics can use to measure stuff. So it has a lot of useful control and measurements tools, integrated components that can be used by pins, and we have different apps. So here, for example, you see the different pins that you can use to plug in and do some measurements. I will go into detail now more here. For example, so how it works. They told me to stand in the light. Okay, so how it works is we have, for example, a mobile app, but you could also have a desktop app. So you have the mobile app, and you connect the mobile app to our hardware via USB, for example. But you could also use an ESP chip, solder it to the device, or you could use Bluetooth. But the standard way is the USB. And the USB then also powers the device. And here you see these small pins, and these small pins you can use then to measure, or you can extend them with sensors or with small electronics. So one way what we have then here on the screen is the mobile app screenshot. So you have a lot of different components here on the screenshot. So yeah, let me show you a little bit what we do. Recently, for example, what we developed, we extended all these small instruments on the app with map features. So you can now say, okay, I did this measurement at a special location, and for example, you can share your measurement with your friends, with other students, or so on, and you can then say, okay, show me all the measurements that we did on a map. So by the way, it's also written we have 2 different flavors. I know at these conferences there are always a lot of fans of free and open source, and of course we love F-Droid. So we're really proud that we also support the F-Droid store here, and that we run with OpenStreetMap on the F-Droid store. That's really cool. Yeah, and here are like a few more details. For example, of the oscilloscope. Who needs an oscilloscope? Who likes oscilloscopes? Yeah. Oh, I see the majority raising their hands. This is always the thing that everyone wants. They want an oscilloscope. So oscilloscope, you can try it out. We have 4 different channels. You can also like install the app right away, and even if you don't have the hardware, you can, for example, use the microphone off the mobile phone and try out and sing into the microphone, and then you can see the different waves from singing. So that's very nice, and yeah, has all the basic features of an oscilloscope. By the way, there's a QR code. If you want to try it out, can get it right away. Then, yeah, built-in mic, what I just mentioned, just click on it, and then you can use it and see what's going on. Another things that we have now. So we have all these instruments on the app. So for example, we have a lux meter, we have a barometer, you have all the measurements, we even have a robotic arm, a lot of instruments. But the next step is that we want the device to be used as a data logger. So you can basically configure the device, and I think it's a good time to give around the board that we have. I know you people are always like haptic, touching. Yes, so I give around the device. You can have a look at the board. So yeah, so the idea is now that we use the mobile phone, we connect the mobile phone to the board, to the device, and there should be like a small battery connected to the device, small or big, like, you know, as long as you need it. And then you can basically say, like, for example, measure every 10 minutes a certain data set. Yeah, and the device could be used as a data logger. You could distribute many devices and come back to the device or access it through Wi-Fi and then like collect a lot of data. So that's the next steps, and we are like improving this here more and more. Okay, next thing I already mentioned, robots. Yeah, that was an idea I didn't have. A community member, I think it was even one of the workshops here that we did last year, he said, oh, why don't you use it to control robots? Yeah, and that's really nice. So you can basically use these pins with with cables, and you see here on the robot, there are these small motors. So these small motors, they only cost $1 in Shenzhen. You can get it on, you know, the Chinese stores. They're not like super great, but like they're good enough for us. So for $1 you can get a motor and you can build a robotic arm. So basically, like for example, you can have 4 robots motors. So you have a robot motors, and these motors are always 360 degrees in an angle. So you can actually say, make it 45, make it 90 degrees, 180 degrees, any degree you could tell it. And then what you do is you configure the degrees here, and you drag and drop it into the line that you want to have the change. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What does it stand for? It stands for seconds. Who did video editing before? Video editing. Yeah? So I see, yeah, a few people. So in the video editing, you always have the timeline. Yeah? And you can drag and drop into a timeline. So what you can do here is you drag and drop the angle that you want into a timeline, and this is a very easy way to control a robot, and you can then just like extend the timeline more and more, and in the future, right, you could imagine upload an algorithm, download like certain movements or so, right, and you could share it. I mean, there are a lot of ways to develop this idea further, but like for now it is really a big change, because people always say, wow, a robot, oh, this is the future and this is like advanced and so on. But actually, it's quite simple, right? I mean, you just control a motor and you control the angle of the motor, and then you just have a lot of motors and you control the angles, and this is how a robot moves. So once people understand this idea, they say, wow, I can do that, right? And like more and more people can engage, and we hope to show this with this idea. The computer went out. Okay, yeah, back again. That's great. So, yeah. By the way, if you want to try this out, this Pocket Science Lab, we have the workshops there behind. You can just like go there and check out what you can do. This is a hacker congress, so please don't expect everything to always work in detail. For example, the oscilloscope that we have, that's already pretty well developed. Other components are work in progress. So we're looking forward to your feedback and to your issues and reports. Here, now let me go a little bit also to the desktop app. So the desktop app was completely rewritten this summer. We used Python and Electron and web technologies, basically, and our goal is to make the desktop app look very similar to the Android app. okay, now people say, oh yeah, but desktop is so different. It's a completely different way of working with the user interface and so on. However, our goal is also to provide these tools for schools. So in the schools, if you tell the teacher, one student has an app, for example, an Android, the other uses this on desktop, and in the future maybe we have an iOS app, and every user interface looks different, it makes it difficult for the teacher. So let's try to make all the user interfaces as similar as possible and also make it compatible. So if I store something, if I collect data on the Android app, I should be able to download this data and like continue, for example, to view it or like, you know, research into it on the desktop app. So everything is compatible. It's just a simple CSV file that you can export and import and on whatever app you are. Okay, so we already have the logic analyzer as well, multimeter, robotic arm. It's all on the desktop as well. Cool, and yeah. PS Lab is one project, and I said I will talk about 3 projects here in this session. So the next project that we're doing is the Batch Magic project. Yeah, I mean, you see, I have it here. People always like it. It's not as deep tech as the Pocket Science Lab, right? Like where you need to know about physics and this and that. It's more like cool, right? I mean, like bling bling. There is some light, people like it, and if it's open source, everyone says, cool, I want to have it. So let me tell you what is the state of this project. Or let me tell you first like what it does, right? I mean, like you can see it here, the Batch Magic LED badge here. So basically the idea is to have a hardware, and the hardware is controlled through Bluetooth. There are like older models on the market where you can control everything through a USB. But like our thing was like, wow, this is Bluetooth, this is cool, and it's Bluetooth low energy, so you don't even need to pair it. You just open the app, and yeah, you go about and do some text. So yeah, there is an app on the market already, and you can download it on the App Store. Here again, the QR code. So how it works is you charge this device through through a USB cable again, and then you can control it and change it through Bluetooth. And yeah, of course, it's open source, and what we have is add cliparts, add drawings. But let me go back in the story. The story is that we found this in China, and we said, this is cool, and we really like it. But we found it with this app that you see here. And yeah, some things are in Chinese, some things don't work as we want. We can't change it. Actually, this app has a lot of downloads, so it seems like a lot of people buy these kind of badges, but it's not open source. We can't really change it. It's also in different colors, which is confusing because the badge has only one color. So, right, you never know how it really looks like. There's no real proper preview, things like that. So a lot of things that we wanted and we couldn't change it. So there was this guy here. His yeah, nickname is Neil Sam. Yeah, and he said like yeah, I also don't like that it's closed source. I want to know and understand how it's working. So he actually did research on this. He reverse engineered the communication between the different devices, between the phone and the Bluetooth badge. So yeah, that was pretty cool, and he wrote it on online. He shared his knowledge. So that's his GitHub repository then, where he released his yeah, sample implementation, and we thought, oh, that is really cool. Now we found a good hack, right? It is a hacker congress, so it's good to share this here. And yeah, thank you very much for doing this, Gauthier, and for enabling us to do this, because now what we could do in the next step, we could develop a real full-fledged app with our community. Yeah, and we're organizing a lot of events in Asia. We have the biggest open source conference in Singapore every year, for example. So sometimes it's just like that easy. You put out an idea and people come and join, right? I mean, not always that easy. It's easier for Android projects. It's easier for web front ends. It's more difficult for like really the deep stuff, right? But like that's an Android app, and we already had Gauthier here hacking it, and yeah, we shared it with the FOSSASIA community, and people just flocked to it. It was a side project, and they did it. So now we have this app, and yeah, we can do many different things. of course, we can control the speed, we can control animation and different effects, and it's on Google Play, it's on F-Droid, and you can just download it and try it out. What we have added in the last few months is so you can now export badges. Yeah, also something that you couldn't do before. So, right, I mean, you have a real cool badge, and now you want all your friends to have the same badge. You go to a conference and you say, yeah, we are the guys from, you know, Namecoin and bling bling, and it's really nice effects and it looks cool. So yeah, let's do it. So you can now do this, you can store it, and you can simply share it and share your badge configuration. Then the other thing is like, you say, okay, so we have this cool clip art and this cool icon. So how can we move this over there? Yeah, so now what you can do is you can just draw it. For example, there are more cool things that you can do in future, but for now what you can do is you can draw it. So you can actually go to the app, you find on the sidebar the draw functionality, and you draw what you want to have. And then you click save and you can have it on the badge, whatever you draw. Okay, that was really cool, and that's something that no other app has so far. Okay, and of course, like as you can imagine, lots of different Android phones, lots of different resolutions and so on. So lots of bugs to fix, and yeah, that's kind of an advantage of being on a store. You get all these like crash reports and so on. So a lot of things for us to fix. And interestingly, like because like the group of people who worked originally on this device were all like people using the Latin alphabet. For example, in Vietnam, in Malaysia, Singapore, and so on. And not so many people actually from China, because the China people say we already have a lot of Chinese apps. But then we realized later, actually, in our app, Chinese wasn't supported. Yeah, so that was kind of a funny thing, so which we then did also over the last few months. So support of Chinese languages, support of non-Latin scripts, for example, in India. Cool, that's solved. And what's this here? There's a B missing, so the badge, Android and badge magic, of course, is on our repositories, and you can join the GitHub channels where you just have to log in with your GitHub ID, so no additional registration required, and GitHub is also open source, so that's okay for us. And another thing that we are always doing in the FOSSASIA community, we make contests. So we make events and we say, hey, we want to come to our events, we actually want to connect to contributors, but like we don't want to have this huge process where we say, oh yeah, are you a good contributor or not? Have you done changes only in the README file, or have you really done some good code changes and so on? It's all like we don't want to have this top-down approach. So what we're doing is we do contests, and we have the winners of our previous years, and like other people like in the core teams be the mentors. So we have a huge mentor list, and we do these contests, and then people flock to the project and do contributions, and the goal is of course to have long-term contributions. As you know, these days people have all kinds of good opportunities. They have these opportunities here with the crypto technology, coin technology. They get all good job offers. So we constantly need like new people also in our community to train them, and then like to grow the projects all around. Okay, so Code Heat contest. Maybe also something for some of you guys. By the way, it's still up until the 1st of February. So if you want to join, main price is fly to our Singapore event in March. Yeah. So these are 3 main prizes. Pretty nice. A lot of people like it. Okay. So about this project now, what's next? Of course, always talk to us. It's in every project. Getting started with Android, this is a really good project to start with Android. Of course, we want to add more devices. A lot of people came there and said, we have this small fan. You see this, I don't know, it's like difficult to take a really good picture, but they have this small, I call it POV, like the small fan, right? And I put it there to grab the people's attention. Because what I want is, I want our app to support more devices. Bigger screens, support fans, and so on. These small fans have an LED. Don't know if can you see that? It's here, they have an LED, and that's how they project when they turn around like some text. And they're really big ones in China that you can find. I really like them. I really want to have them, but I'm not so motivated if I don't have a free and open source app. Yeah, and to make the app is maybe not always so difficult, but somebody has to sit down maybe for 1 or 2 weeks and really like check out what is the, what's the protocol or what's the communication of the closed source proprietary app that is available today. with the device, and after that we can really move on and develop more. And yeah, opening up the batch hardware. Any hardware people here, hardware electronics people, yeah? So maybe we can talk about that if you would be interested in a small project. So we have two kinds of people. One kind of people say, oh, this project is too easy, it's too boring for me, I don't want to make this kind of batch. And the other kind of people say, oh, I'm just a beginner, I don't know yet how to do it. So yeah, we are looking for the right person to really like also make these batches completely open and produce the batch itself openly as well. And yeah, why not? And of course, making a firmware is part of that. Okay, and now the last project. How much time have I left? So yeah, a few minutes left. So last project I want to introduce to you, thank you. It's the NeuroLab project. So the NeuroLab project is now something else. Maybe you guys have heard about OpenBCI, brain-computer interface, BCI, right? And there's another project, Brainduino, for example. And yeah, so OpenBCI is pretty cool. They have different devices. We're also in touch with them. But the devices are not always so cheap. It's quite expensive, right? Can go up to like $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. And that's cool. Then the Brainduino device, we haven't seen so much development on the open source parts, and we also know those guys. They're really doing awesome work. They're doing all kinds of things. So we are a lot inspired by them, and there's also a lot of overlap of previous code. But in the meantime, actually, we developed this project further. So let me go back a step for anyone who doesn't know about NeuroLab or neuro thing. So basically, neuro is for brain, right? Brain-computer interface. And what you can do, for example, have sensors here or even have them all around your head, and then try to collect the brain waves. Yeah, and the challenge is that these brain waves use like electrical, right? Like, as you know, like there's some kind of electrical, how do you call it in English, current or electrical signal, right? So in your brain, but it's really weak. Yeah, so you can't just like get all the data like, yeah, let's download everything that's going on. So you really need sensitive hardware, and yeah, so that's the challenge, right? And of course, if we have like a lot of money and really sensitive hardware, and we can do something for 30,000 euros, the challenge is to do something for 200. Yeah, so that's what we want to achieve with this project, and we're advancing with this project. So and again, we want to open things up. So what you see here, for example, is an Android screen. And right, I mean, like if I tell you in 1995, do you want a telephone where you can order like where you can order a cab, or where you can connect with people, or where you can send a photo? Everyone will say yes, but people think a bit like 1995. They think they will send it somehow, or the app will call somebody and then somebody picks up the phone and so on. 1995, people don't think like today, right? I mean, it's like actually just 15 years ago. Oh no, longer. Time passes. Oh my God, 2019. Yeah. So right, I mean, right, 20 plus years ago. So things happen, and so what I mean is, the point I want to make is this: once you have a device that can collect brainwaves in the reach of a lot of people, once people can connect with this device through the mobile phone, people will come up with a lot of ideas that we cannot even imagine today. So now my question is this: do you want this kind of technology to be in the hands of Google and Amazon and like completely closed source and send your brain data to them? You already, even you don't have the Android phone, I'm sure every one of us is sending their data already, because your friends have stored your information on their Google Calendar, on their Google Contacts, and so on. And I'm doing it myself. But like, do we want them to continue in that way and to control us? No. We want to be in charge. We want to be in charge, and okay, Google can use this technology, but this technology must be open at least. It must be accessible. We should be able to set it up. Just like I'm able to set up my own email server. If I can do it, I have the option. I'm not dependent, right? So this is the whole idea. And yeah, and of course there are cool things to do it. So I can rant a lot about the freedom and all these kind of things, but let's also focus like people want to do something cool. So what we can do cool things with it is, for example, we can do some games. Yeah, so we can have focus games, we can have relax meditation, we can observe our memory. So doctors, for example, all over the world could collect data and they could collect the memory graph and so on. So this is what we are working on here. Yeah, a few screenshots, but I tell you, this project is still very early stage. Even though we do it for a few years, it's still very early stage. But here, for example, you see the memory graph. You can collect the brain waves. You can try to interpret it. There's actually a lot of open data available that universities collected. You can import it, for example, in the app, view it. You can use different kind of spectrum analysis, check how your brain waves are, and you will see, for example, like people always tell me, oh yeah, maybe people think differently all over the world, and people have all kinds of ideas how differently we are, but like what I see so far is we're actually all pretty similar. We're all pretty much the same. Like if you focus, and it doesn't matter if you're from China or if you're from Germany or from Canada, you focus, and it's pretty similar. So, but of course, maybe there are differences, and if you guys have access to the technology, you can maybe find these differences, and we could control in future, just like with speech recognition, we can control the same thing through our brain maybe, right? I mean, train these things and so on. So do you want us as a community to be able to do that, or just a few companies? I think the answer is pretty cool. But what is the cool thing we can do? What works now is, for example, here, focus and relaxation app. So you see this, it's kind of a spaceship, that's flying just above a planet. And if you focus, if you really say, yes, spaceship, go up, the spaceship will go up and fly faster. And if you relax, you can try to relax, and then the spaceship will go slow and sit down. Okay, so these are a few ideas we are developing. Oh, here's even an animation. Please ensure Neuralab is connected. And of course, always this idea. So we have this idea: import, export data, make people available, make the data that people collect available, give them the power to do whatever they want. Yeah, so this is always the idea. This is always possible with whatever we do. So here you actually see this going up and down. Okay, and then use it as a data logger. Yeah, I mean, like, let people go around and collect this data. And what you usually see in Germany is a lot of discussion about, oh, is this secure? Is this safe? Do I really want to do this? Should we rather not do this or so? Well, I have to say, these kind of things will happen anyways. But my question is, should we make it happen, or should we leave it to others? I rather say we stay in control. Of course, there are meditation possibilities. So this is what we're working on. If you travel, for example, how do I meditate? It could be a sound feedback and so on. And the sound then could adapt according to your brain waves and so on. So here a few screenshots. So it's all work in progress. And a few more screens. So a lot of ideas, and if you have any feedback, please come to me and talk to me. So, and this is the end of the presentation. And I have to say, this is just a small part of what we are doing. We are mainly a software community. We have more than 4,000 people registered on our GitHub. But you know how it is with big numbers. People come, people go, they don't unregister once they are registered. So we always need new people. We always need to engage with more people. And we really want to get people into our projects. We've also started a company with other community members in Singapore, and we've started another company for Europe in Berlin. This company is now part of a EU Horizon 2020 project where we work together with communities and social enterprises all over Europe, as well as with university, for example, TU Berlin and so on, because our goal is really to make open hardware mainstream. We don't just want it to sit as a hacker thing on the edge. I want my parents to use it. For example, my father has like many old people, they have sickness when they get older. They forget things and so on. So maybe if we could analyze this 20 years before, and it's possible with our apps, for example, then it could help people. And I don't want to leave this to some big big companies. We can collaborate, but like, you know, I want us to be in charge. And this is one thing that we really want to do with Open Tech in Germany and FOSSASIA in Singapore. We are a community, but we're also social enterprises. We do a lot of software, but our goal is to really make hardware and open source software, open hardware, open source software, really mainstream, build sustainable models around it. You know, I mean, it's topic here, sustainability. Everyone can repair it, all these topics, but for me, sustainability also means that developers can earn an income. We see a lot of developers that we trained now work at Google, now work at Facebook. By their contracts, they are not able to contribute back. Yeah, and we want to change the entire ecosystem, and that's why it's so great to be here at the decentralization cluster, together with the crypto community, with the coin community, and yeah, we're really grateful that we can be part of this year. And I want to close my talk with saying thank you to all the volunteers, and thank you to everyone who makes it happen, and to Tim and Matthias. Where are you? Yeah, it's so bright here, and thank you very much. So it's really a great start into the event, and good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mario. Man, this is why I love open source, man. There's just such this air of humility about it that says we don't have all the, I mean, we have ideas, but we may not have all the best ideas. So we want to release the tools that we're making so other people with good ideas can go ahead and do that. It takes a lot of humility to say that I don't have all the best ideas. And I personally don't have the humility to do that yet. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to other people with great ideas that are also implementing them in the real world, but in a very different way. So we're going to be talking with, oh my gosh, dude, I forgot your name.
Juraj.
Juraj. Okay, we're going to be talking with Juraj, who's going to be talking with us about Paralelni Polis. That is so hard to say. The two L's make it difficult to say, for me to say at least. He's going to tell us what they do. It's really, really interesting. I'm not going to spoil it. There's no spoilers. This is a spoiler-free stage. If you've seen the new Star Wars, please don't tell anybody about it. And he won't spoil that either, I promise. But the reviews have not. They've been very mediocre. So let's go ahead and invite Juraj onto the stage. And I think we're all set up for him. Give him a hand.
Thank you. So hello, we are from Paralelni Polis. The slides now work. So originally there was only Praha, but last year we added Bratislava to the slides, and now the other ones don't fit on the slide. So I will have to tell you about them, the new ones like Barcelona and Vienna. So what is it? When you come to Prague, it's a building that quite nicely represents what the place is about. There is a cafeteria, there is a co-working space, and there is a venue we call Institute of Cryptoanarchy, where you can learn more. There are other parts to it, both physical in the space and also virtual, like the Hackers Congress, which is our annual event about cryptoanarchy, and it's one of the few cypherpunk conferences out there. So I also didn't mention the crypto hackerspace, which is like a small hackerspace where you can play with crypto. So first, this is the Prague space. What I really like about these communities, also RIAT and other places, TAZ0 from Berlin, is that you can never explain what is happening inside, what the projects are in any kind of short talk. So there are so many interesting things going on that you literally need to go there and spend a few months in each of these places in order to understand what these people are doing. I still haven't figured it out, so it's really interesting. So this is how the place in Prague looks like. There are some weird features such as 3D printed ashtrays and weird Creative Commons music that plays in the cafeteria in order to avoid centralized intellectual property taxes, I would say. This is the Institute of Cryptoanarchy in Prague. What we do is based on a few concepts. One of them is the Crypto Anarchy Manifesto, which is a document from early 1990s, and it describes how you can avoid being observed on the internet, and if you cannot be observed, or if you are eventually observed, how to make it difficult for any outside attacker to see what is going on. So that means encrypted chat rooms, mixed nets, digital money, and so on. What we wanted to try is to see if this idea on the internet can be implemented in a physical space, in a community. I'm not going to talk about particular projects, but I will tell you something about a few practical experiences. So there are, of course, interactions with the state. For example, because of the boycott of electronic submission of transactions, which is a state surveillance system that collects data about the shopping behavior of all citizens. That's also in Czech Republic and also in Slovakia now. So Polis is one of the few places that doesn't report this data to the government. Right now, the Czech National Bank said that they have the monopoly on the word coin, so you can, or minca. So you cannot use this word unless you have a stamp from Czech National Bank, which is also funny. We are testing real-world usability of cryptocurrencies because you can only pay with cryptocurrencies in these spaces. We don't accept state money. In Bratislava, we started deploying internal token for rewarding volunteers, so it's on internal network. And we are experimenting about how to scale this concept in a decentralized way, but without losing the values. A few more pictures. This is, you can see Lucka back there. She can pay in the terminal with her hand, with her chip implant. There are some more cyborgs that are able to pay with cryptocurrencies by their implants. We would like to encourage growth, and we believe that small scale is important. So this is how we scaled to Bratislava. Just a few architectonical ideas, and this is how the place looks now. It's also a cafeteria, institute in the back. So these places are growing, and I will just skip this part. What's next? I will talk about what's next also tomorrow at 6 p.m. In a more detailed fashion, what we are doing and what we are preparing to do. But I would like to mention this project, which is Decentruck, which is a mobile parallel police that can drive to a place where it's needed the most and supported by market forces, hopefully. It can contain a portable coffee machine like the one that we have in the back, where you can get coffee and so on. We are now thinking about implementing this idea in a form of shipping containers. So that's a brief overview, and tomorrow at 6 I will talk more in detail about what we are doing right now, at least part of us. And I don't know if we have time for questions. 3 minutes, okay. So if you have questions, we still have time for questions. Yes?
How is the whole thing financed?
Oh, okay. So financing is very diverse, I would say. We sell coffee and hope to make profit on it. That doesn't work that well. We sell spaces or seats in co-working space, entrance fee to some of the talks, crowdfunding. We have members that pay membership fees. We have a board of directors who are more entrepreneurial, but people, not companies, who support us with more money than the regular members, so they choose to contribute more money and less time, or in some cases both more money and more time. There's various other ways. So the projects that we do, they often have this sustainability, financial sustainability built in, so they can finance themselves. So, for example, if we do T-shirts, or if we try to do open source hydroponic systems like Parallel Garden, tries to be all self-sustainable in a decentralized way. So what I like to look at, it as a small virtual companies within the non-profit that have their costs, and they try to generate some profit. But it's very wild because we only use cryptocurrencies. That means that also it is much harder to do actual economic calculations because you're accounting in something that is very volatile, and we have found ways on how to do that and how to not go totally bust, at least for now. Tomorrow might be a different day, but yeah. Any more questions or next speaker? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Pretty interesting, huh? Pretty interesting. I went and visited them at their conference this past time. It's full of Bitcoin maximalists, but I forgive them for that. Really cool place. Really cool place. Yes, Monero. That's right. Monero is the way to be. Okay, we got more. You guys thought we were gonna stop. You thought we were ready for bed. No, and the fun never stops here at the goodness, I'm so tired. What is the name of this thing? Critical Decentralization Cluster. The fun never stops here. Okay, next up, we've got Denis. He's going to be talking with us about Replicant, which I don't want to say anything, but that little red Android logo is kind of cute, and it may give you a little bit of a hint as to what they do, but I'm going to let him explain that for himself. Let's go ahead and give Denis a hand. I actually don't think he's supposed to start for 5 minutes, so maybe we can give him a hand for 5 minutes. I'm just kidding. We'll go ahead and give him the mic now.
Do I need a clicker? How do I change slide? Hi. So Replicant is a fully free Android distribution. So the website is replicant.us. We are around since 2009. We are currently based on Lineage.os, and we have our current release is based on Android 6. So unfortunately, there are no more security updates for 2 years now. So we are working on porting it on Android 9. But the work is still on progress because there's a lot of change between the two versions. So it supports about 10 devices. We will see that later, and we have about 2 people working full times. So it's 1 person full time and 2 other half time, and a lot of contribution from the community that comes and go depending on the availability of time, basically. So this is the device we support. They're quite old. It's like Galaxy S2, S3, Galaxy Nexus, Note 1, Note 2, and some tablets like Galaxy Note 8.0 and Galaxy Tab 2. So it's a best effort. So we try to make the basics work, like, I don't know, for smartphones, calls, sound, and things like that. But for instance, if the GPS doesn't work, we still support the device, and that's fine for us. This is how we can make it work, basically, with being fully free software. So the issue is that, the distribution itself is fully free. This means we ship no binary blobs, nothing proprietary. But this doesn't mean that the hardware is okay or the software that is already in the hardware is okay. So this is a code from Richard Stallman. We are going to look into it. So we have a lot of freedom issues. So this is a Galaxy S3. So this is a system on a chip. It's a chip with a main CPU, graphic card, SD card controller, a lot of stuff in the same chip, not necessarily everything. For instance, you have the Wi-Fi card somewhere here. I don't remember which chip. So some of the stuff is not in the same chip. And you have also in this phone a separate modem here. So it's another chip that communicates with a cell phone tower here. So if you have, you need to make a call, for instance, you digit the number or something like that in the graphical user interface in Android. So that's run by a processor in this chip that asks the other chip that has its own OS and so on to do the call, to place the call. And you also have like other processor, for instance, in the SIM card. I think there is a talk here at this CCC about SIM cards. So yeah. And the hardware architecture is interesting for freedom, privacy, and so on. Because, for instance, here it's connected, the modem and the system on a chip are connected through something that looks like USB. It's a subset of USB. So this means that there is no shared memory, and the modem cannot attack the main CPU through memory. It could maybe appear like a keyboard, but in this case, we will know about it because the host, the main processor control the USB re-enumeration, so you cannot like out of nowhere appear like a keyboard basically. So a lot of freedom issues. So you have the network that know where you are, like 10, 20 meters accuracy all the time when your phone is connected to the network. So this is part of the protocol. The modem firmware has its own OS and it's completely non-free. So we can trust it and we can change anything inside it. You have many other non-free firmware, like for instance Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, depending on the model, video decoding acceleration, things like that. Another issue is bootloaders. So it's the equivalent of the BIOS and grub in one binary, basically. So this is typically signed. It means that the manufacturer of the device burn the hash of a key inside the system on a chip, inside this one. And then when loading the bootloader from an external media like SD card or eMMC, it will check the signatures. So in most smartphones, maybe 5 or 10, it's not the case, but in most of them it's signed, so it's a big issue for us. And for instance, on many of them, it's also load a second operating system alongside the Android distribution. So it's in a zone called trust zone. It's like you have a user space, kernel space, and trust zone. So you have another OS running on the same CPU with more hardware privileges. So this is not good either. And since we are based on Android and yeah, the code is huge and sometimes upstream adds features that we don't want, like, I don't know, I think it's LineageOS that added a feature where if you have a call, it will look up the phone number that call you in through services online. So it will send the number you call or that are calling you through a service, like reverse name lookup, something like that. So yeah, we have to find these and remove these also. So if you have a tablet without modem, obviously you don't have the issue of the modem. And on the device we support, we added recently a feature to like disable the modem by not loading the modem operating system, since it's up to us to load it in that kind of architecture in the phone we support. We have control over it, so we can decide not to do it. So obviously you don't have call and things like that, at least not through the modem if you do it. So for instance, if we look at LineageOS, it's the upstream we are currently based off. So the modem on some device can take the control of the full system. You have like non-free libraries that talk to the hardware. Like for instance, to make the modem work, you have a library that that implement the modem protocol. And some backdoor was found, for instance, in one for some Samsung devices. So we didn't implement the backdoor, for instance, in that case. And yeah, you have the anti-features I talked about. But all the hardware works. For instance, we don't have GPS working on any of the devices we support. So you have trade-off in both cases. So this is for stock device you buy off the shelf. So you might have an Android that's fully non-free, but the Linux kernel, thanks to the license. The manufacturer needs to release the source code to the people that buy the devices. So in some cases, like users are completely completely locked out of the devices. If you buy through an operator or the device is linked to an operator, you cannot even like root it or install another operating system on it. So yeah, and sometimes you have like even like unwanted applications, spying application being already pre-installed and things like that. But you still left with the ability to install the application you want, like F-Droid or other free software application, for instance. So it's not as bad as an iPhone for Android, for instance. So yeah, this is why there is a code like that. And yeah, we also have more surveillance than USSR today. So yeah. So why we are based on Android? The thing is that the graphical user interface, it works with devices that don't have a keyboard, have a small screen with high pixel density, and work with capacitive display, and that works with big fingers. So you need to adapt all the OS, the graphical interface, and the application for that, and that's already done for Android. For GNU Linux, I think it's a work in progress right now. So yeah. And the issue is that, as I said, huge code base, and Android is meant to run proprietary software, not to empower users, so that's not really aligned with our goals here, but yeah. And some of the architecture is way better on GNU Linux, like their package manager, and like the build system are better, or things like that, so yeah. So this is what we are currently working on right now. So we are porting like Replicant to Android 9. It's a lot of work. There will be a talk about this tomorrow on making smartphones sustainable and Replicant sustainable. So we are using like mainline kernel or kernel based on mainline Linux for that. So it's a huge change. We will try to support like PinePhone and LibreM5, but this is like best effort. Like if people show up to do it and have the time, it will be done. But we are very interested into doing it. And we're also working in a new release. We have to like fix bugs, like some SIM cards are not recognized, and application compatibility. We are fixing it because we don't have like 3D acceleration right now. So the OpenGL we used was incomplete. So this is being fixed. So we have freedom issue like F-Droid, all the things that are in F-Droid are not necessarily compliant with GNU and FSF distribution guidelines. So we have to fix that. We have also a talk on issue with WebView and the build system at the CCC also here. We are also working on understanding if it's possible to get like free software bootloaders on the device we already support, like Galaxy S3. But yeah, it's difficult to know. So there's a project called Xboot which claims to be able to run as first stage bootloader. So we need to see if we can execute code and if code is running on the device we support. So we don't have any conclusive answer yet. And as many other projects, we also have the work to do for presentation, documentation, infrastructure, because we run part of our own infrastructure and want to run more. So yeah, that's it. Is there any question or time left for questions? 5 minutes for questions. Any questions? Yeah, maybe next speaker if there are no questions.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Let's give Denis a hand. Exit stage right. That's all right. Okay, so we're going to have maybe an 8-ish minute break while we get our next people up here. It's ImplicitCAD. ImplicitCAD. So if you are the ImplicitCAD person, I don't know where my stagehand went. Oh, you're the ImplicitCAD person. Come on over. I do have a stagehand. He is around here somewhere, but he has abandoned me. So we are all alone. Okay, we're going to get set up, and we'll be right back. How's it going, Leipzig? Okay, so we are back, everybody. We have even more content and even more after this. And after that, you guessed it, we have even more. So coming up, we've got Julia, who's going to be talking with us about ImplicitCAD. What is ImplicitCAD? If you're asking that question, then you're in the right place, because she's going to let us know. So I'm going to pass it off. Let's give her a great big hand. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Julia. I'm one of the ImplicitCAD developers. So what ImplicitCAD is it is a 3D modeling system written in Haskell, which I have been working on for the last 4 years. I took it over 4 years ago when it was in kind of a state of disarray, but we have since taken it a bit further down the path. So ImplicitCAD is kind of an OpenSCAD-ish language. If you've used 3D modeling tools before, you've probably looked at OpenSCAD code, which is this, it looks kind of like C, but you produce objects with it. So it's got your traditional brackets and semicolons and all of that jazz that some people, don't really like about C, but that is the way it is. So it's written in Haskell. So Haskell is a functional programming language and has pure functions in it, which makes testing in the language is actually very useful and makes the product a little bit better. Now, why did I pick up ImplicitCAD and keep pushing it down the road? There are basically 3 reasons. ImplicitCAD is AGPL v3'd, so it is 100% free software and is going to be 100% free software for as long as there is free software, I think. It's actually v3+, so if RMS or somebody comes out with a newer version of the AGPL, it'll be fine. I'm a big advocate of, since 3D printers are such a useful thing, they allow us to produce outside of manufacturing facilities or any of that kind of infrastructure. And being able to produce like that, it allows the people to actually own our means of production. You can see around here, people are driving around on little scootery things that are halfway held together with 3D printed parts. And while the scooter may not be 100% 3D printed, I'm sure somebody has something close to it here, but the pieces that actually hold those things together are usually are handy to 3D print. Now, Haskell, as I said, is a functional programming language, which is it's kind of my thing. I like functional programming languages. They allow me to express things in both a mathematic form and in a mathematic form and an imperative form. So parts of the program look a little bit like C programs in the sense that there's statements after statements after statements, but many of the pieces of ImplicitCAD are actually mathematic formulas on the inside. So ImplicitCAD's internals of the engine are all basically a giant ray tracer, if you've played with ray tracing in the past. So it is a ray trace-based system for coming up with 3D models. Now, as I've said before, ImplicitCAD is a programmatic language. So as you can see here, this is the ImplicitCAD website. You can put in code on one side, literally just hit a button, and a piece of our server will split off and give you a 3D printed model. You don't have to install it because, well, installing Haskell sometimes can get very complicated. So we put together this website. It lets you just put something in, get an object out, and then feed that directly to your 3D printer. So I've been working on this for about 4 years now, and we've implemented a good system for testing. So we're using HSpec tests everywhere. So every time that we make a release, we know that everything that we've done before is actually tested. Additionally, I've been working on a slicer to go with it. When you 3D print normally by putting down layer after layer after layer of plastic, and ImplicitCAD is a modeling system. But by having a slicer that is written in the same sort of setup, we get to, it allows us to use better models inside the slicer as well. The slicer is kind of a new thing, so it's still in progress. ImplicitCAD, you can write an object in ImplicitCAD, feed it to the slicer, and then have something ready for your 3D printer to just go. The website and all of that is here on the screen. You can just hit the website, put in information about the object you want to create, get out the object you're looking for. All the source code of all these utilities is AGBL v3'd, so get a hold of me or hit the mailing list if you're interested in the project. Thank you. Questions? Yes, no, maybe, kinda, sort of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give Julie another hand. All right, we are going to take about a 10-minute break. We're tracking down a couple of people to get them up here. Go grab some food, go grab some life, whatever it is that is out there for you. Just be sure to come back. We've got more things. Next up, we're going to be talking about OSHWA, the Open Source Hardware Association. A stands for something. So be sure to come back for that. Once again, ImplicitCAD, I don't know if Julia said, I think maybe did, but they are basically right under the GNU sign. Once again, I really don't like the hard G, but the nerds really like it. So they're underneath the GNU sign back there if you see it and want to talk with them about ImplicitCAD. We will be back. Have a great time here at C3. Is it pretty good so far? It's pretty good. My goodness, it's so dark in here. You never see the sun. It makes my heart sad, but that's okay. right, well, looks like we're good to go. I can stop beatboxing. And we are back live from Los Angeles, California. Oh no, wait, no, we are in Leipzig, Germany. That's why I feel so tired, because of the jet lag. You're gonna get tired of that joke before this day is over. My goodness. But we have more content. We have got Drew here from OSHWA. How does it feel to be here, Drew?
Very exciting. Just got here like...
That's really nice. Thank you so much. No, I'm going to let you finish, but no, okay. So we are going to pass this off to him. He's going to tell us about OSHWA, which is the open source hardware. That's it. That's just open source hardware. The A is silent. It doesn't stand for anything. So Drew, take us away.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Drew Fustini. I want to talk about open source hardware and the Open Source Hardware Association. Matthias is also part of the association, so wanted to represent that here. I have some links in the slides, so this is the URL if you want to pull them off of GitHub. I messed up uploading them to the submission website, so I'll redo that once I'm done. I design open source hardware projects for a circuit board manufacturing service called OSHWA. Also part of the BeagleBoard.org Foundation. We make open source hardware Linux computers, and then I'm part of the board of directors for the Open Source Hardware Association, which is what I'm going to talk about today. So probably most people at this event have heard of open source. So examples of popular open source: Android, Linux, LibreOffice, Firefox, Apache. And the term open source refers to something that people can modify and share because its design is publicly accessible. In open source hardware, open source software allows you to inspect, modify, and enhance that software. There's also the term free software, which comes from a more philosophical perspective, which is about these 4 freedoms. So when it comes to hardware, I'm going to refer to open source hardware as a term to be inclusive of free, libre, and open source hardware. Some people use different terms, but I'm just going to use the term open source hardware here to refer to that. So the statement of principle for open source hardware, as we define it, is hardware whose design is made publicly available so that anyone can study, modify, distribute, make, and sell the design or hardware based on that design. So for electronics, which is mostly what I work on, that would be sharing the design files for your electronics, which would include the schematic, the board layout, the bill of materials, and we're not just talking about an output file like a PDF or a PNG. We're talking about the editable source files. So if you're using KiCad, the KiCad files or the Eagle files. And then in terms of the bill of materials, one thing that's good to keep in mind is making sure all the components in your project are available in low quantity. So what's an example of open source hardware that many people have probably heard of? Arduino. How many people have heard of Arduino before here? Okay, so a good chunk of you. So Arduino was a board that was designed at a small school in Italy, and probably most people will never heard of it unless they'd released it as an open source hardware project. And it achieved critical mass because they shared the hardware and they shared the source code, and it was good enough to do a lot of projects at the time. There's a cool documentary that you can check out if you search for it on YouTube or Vimeo from back in the day when Arduino started. So we're talking about open source hardware. So how do we know that the Arduino is open source hardware? Well, we can go to the Arduino website and we can download the Eagle design files for it, which has the schematic and the board layout. So when we publish the design files for our open source hardware project, we need to use an open source license. So there's several different options here. There's the Creative Commons share alike, such as like Creative Commons is a suite of licenses, some of which are open source licenses. So the Creative Commons BYSA means attribution and then share alike. One thing to keep in mind here is there is a non-commercial attribute, and if you use the non-commercial attribute, that makes it not open source. There's a good blog post on that link there if you download the slides that goes into why this is the case. You can also use copyleft or reciprocal licenses like GPL v2 or v3. You can also use permissive licenses like Apache, BSD, MIT. There's also licenses that were created specifically for open source hardware. CERN has created something called the Open Hardware License. which I wanted to talk about here. So CERN started off with something called the Open Hardware Repository, where they were sharing a lot of the hardware that they were designing for the physics experiments that they were building. And then they created a license to go along with that. There's a great interview with Javier Serrano, who leads this hardware team at CERN, and they helped create this open hardware repository and the open hardware license. So this can kind of get complicated, all these different licenses. There's also trademarks and copyrights. From the Open Hardware Summit back in 2014, Ari Douglas gave a really good overview of the different licenses and what might work for your project and what might not work for your project, so I recommend checking that out. But what is the point of all this? So the point of open source hardware is you want to enable collaborative development. So the reason why you would publish these files is you want other people to contribute to the hardware design of your project. And if you're just doing it to kind of check a box, you know, or add a keyword to your crowdfunding campaign, it's probably not the right thing for you. The point of all this, the reason why you publish your files, is you want other people to participate in the development. So I'm part of the board of directors for the Open Source Hardware Association. Matthias is also on the current board. We're a 501c3, which is means it's a federal nonprofit organization in the U.S. And the website, one of the main things it does is it hosts the definition of what open source hardware is. We also have some things like best practices, quick reference guide, things that you may do for an open source hardware project and things that you must do. And then also a checklist if you want to check to see if your project is open source hardware. And OSHWA came out of this event called the Open Hardware Summit, which started in 2010. And we're going to have the 10th one coming up in March in New York City on March 13th, so hopefully we'll see some of you there. And back in October, we had an event called Open Hardware Month, which Matthias helped out a lot with. So we had people all over the world do locally organized meetups and talks and workshops about open hardware. Kicked off with some events in Vienna, in Colorado, and then we had 40 events in 14 different countries across 5 continents back in October. So we'll be planning to do Open Hardware Month again in October of 2020, so hopefully we get more people involved next time. If you're curious about what happens at the Open Hardware Summit, all the videos are online from our previous one, which was in 2018. We skipped this year to do the Open Hardware Month, and then we'll be having it in 2020. So one of the things that the Open Source Hardware Association, or OSHWA, did was we created this certification program for open hardware. So some of you have probably seen this gear logo there, which is kind of an unofficial logo. It was created by a member of the community. It's a great logo. I really like it a lot. But we wanted to create something that had a legal meaning behind it. So we created this open source hardware certified logo. So it's a self-certification program. So you can go to our website. You can go to OSHWA.org. And you can go on there and you can register your project as being open source hardware. You go in there and you fill out the form. You put in things like where your documentation is, what license you're using, description of what your project is, and kind of has a couple different uses. One is if you're a consumer or someone that's looking for a device, makes it really easy to identify if that device is open source hardware because it'll have this logo on there. And if you're making a project and you want people to be able to easily identify that it is open source hardware, and then also where the design files are, if you see this logo, you can go to certificate.oshwa.org and you can look up that number. So it'll be the 2-letter country code and then whatever the sequence was when it was registered, and you can look that up and find the design files and the documentation. So if you're interested to find out more, we have you can join OSHWA as a member. If you're part of a company, you can also join as a corporate member of OSHWA. We have a mailing list, which I recommend getting on. We also have a forum website as well. And then you can follow us on Twitter. For the Open Hardware Summit, there's OH Summit. And the executive director of the association is Alicia Gibb, and she wrote a book a few years ago called Building Open Source Hardware that has essays from several different people in the community about their experience with doing open hardware projects. And we're almost out of time here. Do I take questions? Yeah? Okay. I have some bonus slides about Linux, but let's take some questions first. If anyone has any questions. If not, I'll talk about Linux. Okay. It doesn't look like we have any questions. So my two favorite things are open source hardware and Linux. So I thought I would throw in a few projects. Because we're talking about open hardware, we should actually talk about some hardware, right? So one of my favorite projects is called the Novena laptop, which was actually created by Bunny, who gave a keynote this morning, which was really awesome, and Sean Cross, who goes by Zob. So they wanted to create a laptop that was 100% open source. So this was probably, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, which at the time they basically built the most open system they could. And they shared the design files for the board and the schematic and everything. It had pretty decent performance at the time. In this cluster somewhere, I believe, is the Reform laptop, which I recommend you checking out. Lucas over there has a kind of the follow-up to this. Bunny's off doing other things now, but Lucas is doing a really cool open hardware laptop called the Reform. I mentioned BeagleBoard before. We make open hardware computer, small single board computers that are all open hardware. And one of the things to note is because we're open hardware, there's a bunch of different manufacturers, and there's BeagleBones with many different features and price points, which is kind of nice because if someone says, "Oh, I'll take off the HDMI and put something else on there," you can do that. One of the other things I'd like to mention, especially because we're in Europe, a really great open source hardware company is Alimex, and they have a line of boards called the O-Linuxuino, which is a great line of boards that are capable of running Linux, and they're all 100% open source. And in fact, they are actually now designed with KiCad, which is an open source free software circuit board design software. So this board here, the A64 O-Linuxuino, came out a few years ago, and they designed it completely in KiCad. And Svetlin actually gave a talk at FOSDEM about the process of doing that. And I'll end on, if you've not heard of it before, I'm a big fan of KiCad. It's a free software open source program for designing circuit boards. Actually, if you're interested, there's going to be an event called KeyCon happening at CERN coming up this year, so look for that. Alimex also did a laptop that puts that A64 board into a laptop form factor. I have a few more minutes, I think, or I don't know. Anyone have any questions?
Yeah. How far we are from having a phone which is open source hardware?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think there's a few people that made attempts at that. Librem has a phone that's coming out. The dev kit they did develop for that was open source hardware, but I don't think the actual phone is, though I could be wrong about that. But I think it would be great to see more progress in that area. I think consumer electronics are really hard because the development cycle is so quick that it almost doesn't benefit necessarily to collaborate with other people on something that's only going to be existing for 6 months. But Bunny talks about how like Moore's law is slowing down, and that was kind of the idea with the Novena, was that like we can actually produce something that people will use maybe 3, 4, or 5 years from now. And in that case, collaborating around a common design, I think, makes a lot of sense. So, but I would definitely love to have an open hardware phone. So if anyone is interested in that, I would love to maybe talk about possibilities with that. Yeah, cool. All right, thank you.
All right, let's give Drew a hand. Thank you so much. OSHWA, not OSHWA, OSHWA. It's fun to say. Give it a go. All right, guys, we have more things for you. We're almost done for today, which is good, because then I get to go home. So we have coming up next About Freedom, who's going to be coming up here and talking with us. I think they're going to talk with us about freedom, but we'll have, don't quote me on that. Coming up after that, we have our only keynote speech for today being given by Daniel Kim. It's all about Monero. He takes you through a lot of the different things about Monero. So if you're interested in Monero and you don't want to hear about it from me, then this is the place where you're going to want to be. But in between those two things that I mentioned about freedom and this keynote speech, there is something else. there is something else. Matthias and I, we will have our schedule for the next 3 days up on the screen. We'll walk you guys through it. What can you expect? You know, just if you're like, let's see what these guys have to offer. This is the time to come with your snide little remarks and your nose in the air to see if you like the content that we worked so hard to bring to you ungrateful people. So do we have the representative from About Freedom here? Yes. Okay, come on over. They're so excited. Look at them. They're just bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, naive. They don't know what a tough crowd you are, but they're going to figure out here pretty soon. Hello. Well, hold on. Let's do this. I'm Diego. What's your name? Bonnie, okay, and? Blip. Okay, Bonnie and Blip are going to talk with you guys about freedom from About Freedom. Let's give a hand. Oh, wait, are we ready, Timo? Hold the hand. Yes? No? No, okay, don't. Let's reverse clap to suck those back. And you can give them a hand in just a moment. In the meantime, maybe they can tell us the best joke that they know. They're not even paying attention. I'm the joke. I'm the joke. They're not even listening to me. Hello. What's the best joke you know?
The best joke? I have one. Walks a pony into the bar and says, I want to have a hot lemon. And then the barkeeper asks the pony, why? And the pony says, because I'm a little horse. I think it's funny.
We should have a pity laugh at least.
Should I do my joke?
You should do your joke. Okay, yes, do your joke.
How do you call it when there is no internet in Russia?
How?
Internet.
Internet. Okay. That was, I think. Okay, let's vote. Let's vote. Joke number 1. Yes. Okay. Joke number 2. Okay. We have joke number 2 as a winner. All right, Bonnie and Blip. Why don't you guys tell us about freedom?
Yes, we are going to talk about freedom. And we are both from About Freedom, actually, and we are a cluster, and just going to shortly introduce you who we are and what we do. So first of all, we are About Freedom. We are a cluster with a focus on digital, humans, and rights and free software advocacy. About Freedom consists of politically active, non-commercial organizations, and over the time we grew, and now we have a child cluster named About Future. That's not actually written there, but that's the color for About Future. We have 2 colors, red and green. So, and then there's the thing, we all focus on political change. And as About Freedom, we focus on helping to empower people in their self-determined handling of technology. About Future has a focus on sustainability and social ecological transformation, particularly in the face of climate crisis, as it's also the motto for the Congress. We thought this is a pretty good topic. Yes, we consist of different organizations, as I already mentioned. First of all, there's the C3S, which is a GEMA alternative, basically. And they were founded in 2013 and are aiming to become a pan-European collecting society for music. One of our core features is support for all 6 standard Creative Commons licenses. In addition to standard copyright, the technology infrastructure is developed as free and open source software, mostly GPL and HGPL. Then we also have the PEP Foundation. Maybe some of you have already heard of it. It's advocates privacy, and the PEP engine, the Heifer engine, was developed for this purpose and drives several crypto standards on different digital channels. It shall ultimately restore privacy by default, and PEP engine is distributed as free software to support privacy for everyone. With that, PEP aims to restore the balance again in worldwide communications in favor of privacy and freedom in information. But we are also having some international organizations joining us. We have the EFF. Maybe some of you have already heard of it. They are aiming to create a world for you that you want to live in. For our grassroots activists inspire people to take action in their communities. Our legal team fights for our fundamental rights and freedoms in the courts, suing against overreaching laws and policies, and our team of technologists produce freedom-enhancing software like Cerebot for the world. We also have the FSFE, and for transparency, I work currently for the FSFE. So that's the logo of the FSFE, that's the Free Software Foundation Europe. It's a charity that empowers users to control technology. Software is deeply involved in all aspects of our lives. And it is important that this technology empowers rather than restricts us. Free software gives everybody the rights to use, understand, adapt, and share software. These rights help support our fundamental rights like freedom of speech, freedom of press, and privacy. There are also going to be some sessions regarding free software. On the second day, tomorrow there will be das Freie Software einmal eins at 6:30 in lecture room 11, and about public money, public code on day 3 at 2 o'clock in the Chaos West stage. Then we have Epicenter Works joining us. Epicenter Works tries to find ways forward based on human rights. We see ourselves as representatives of interests for basics and freedoms rights. We stand up for our strong voices in civil society, and we advocate for responsible and reasonable management of the opportunities to risk technology. But there are also some others, like Digitale Gesellschaft Schweiz, which is, I'm sorry, I don't really know what they're doing, and I just locked my phone. It's a terrible organization that is committed to fundamental and human rights and open knowledge culture, as well as the transparency and participation in social decision-making processes. We also have Gesellschaft für Freiheitsrechte. I don't know if you have heard of the founder of them. Okay, then they have a podcast, Lage der Nation. So I introduced them. They're a Berlin-based non-profit NGO founded in 2015. Its mission is to establish a sustainable structure for successful strategic legislation in the area of human and civil rights in Germany and Europe. GFF's longer-term mission is to help protect and strengthen human and civil rights in general by legal means, thus permanently improving human and civil rights law all over Europe. We also have some youth organizations. They are actually also having a band that will play in the About Freedom cluster tonight at 10 o'clock. It's called Systemabsturz. They are doing post-punk something like punky thingies with electronic music as well. So if you want to show up there, it will be really fun. They are a youth organization, and their initiative for data protection and informational self-determination with political actions and parties, we critically bring the subject of surveillance to the public. They also have some really funny actions that they took, like standing in front of the parliament and standing around them at Südkreuz, I think, with all these cameras on their head. So they are a fun group. So if you want to have a look at them, come to our cluster About Freedom and you find them there. We also have Crypto Party. They are going to have a session on day 4 from 1 o'clock to 3 in lecture room 11. So if you ever wanted to know how to encrypt an email, you can come there and they will help you and show you how to do this. That's basically what they do. And we also have Datenschmutz. Datenschmutz is also working with Rote Hilfe. And Rote Hilfe is a paralegal organization helping people who get into legal trouble because of progressive activism. While Datenschmutz is watching computer use by German authorities, mostly policy, and help people with freedom of information requests to them. We also have Amnesty International, Menschenrechte im digitalen Zeitalter, that works increasingly on human rights in the digital age. And last but not least, for the About Freedom, we have FIF, that's the Forum InformatikerInnen für Frieden und gesellschaftliche Verantwortung. And that's a German-wide association founded in 1984 of about 700 people who critically examine the effects of the use of computers, science, and informational technology on science. Yes, and now Blip is going to introduce you very shortly the people from About Future.
So, about now you heard about like the classical About Freedom organizations. The new subcluster About Future is about socio-ecological transformation, the climate crisis, and there we give place to several organizations that work in this space. For example, Bits and Bäume, which is basically a label that is used by a lot of events that work around digital sustainability. It was a conference in 2018. We have C3 SAS, which is the sustainability orga team of C3 events. For example, we organize tap water dispensers for angels. Computerwerk is a charity taking hardware donations, installing free software on laptops and giving them away for people that cannot afford computers. BUND, Jugend is the youth organization of BUND, which is like a big German ecological organization pushing for policy change to protect the environment. I guess you all know Fridays for Future and their climate strikes. They are here as well. There is one spontaneous climate strike today on Congress at 9:45, starting at our cluster. So please come by. And there is another official Fridays for Future demonstration on Sunday, day 3, in the city center at 11 a.m. So from your sleeping place, just go directly to the demonstration and then come to Congress. Developers for Future are supporting the Fridays for Future and all the other for Future organizations with IT infrastructure, but also like giving talks and educational material about how to make IT greener. Extinction Rebellion is a group that uses civil disobedience to make it clear that the climate crisis is a real problem. Then we have the German Network for Effective Altruism. Effective altruism tries to use reason and science to determine how to do good in the most effective and efficient way. So go talk to them about rationality, less wrong, cognitive biases. Then we have a Konzeptwerk Neue Ökonomie, who think about alternative economic models, post-growth. They give talks about that, workshops. They try to network with other organizations in that field. And finally, Roundtable Repair is pushing for political change to establish a right to repair, such that we, produce less electronic waste. And then there is the Hackers Against Climate Change group called HAC, which was founded last year during Congress, which is like hackers that want to use technology to visualize the problem of climate crisis, use public data, but also try to make software more sustainable.
And they also have an experiment at our cluster, the CO2 experiment.
Yes.
So you should definitely come by and have a look at this one.
Yeah, learn about the Treibhauseffekt, like translated to English, please. So that was all. We have a Twitter account and, of course, a Fediverse account, because this is much more sustainable than a central Twitter service. So check that out. So we have the Fridays for Future demonstration, 9:45, and at 10 p.m. a concert by Systemabsturz. Thank you very much. Come check us out. We have a huge space with sofas and everything. It's in CCL.
Oh, that's actually a good question.
CCL, this direction, same level.
It's directly next to the info desk at Mehrzweckfläche 3 bis 4. And there's also the Sendezentrum. Between those we are. You're the ones with the couches.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, where you guys were located, because I don't think you said. For those who didn't catch it, sorry, let me so that everyone can see my lovely face on the stream. For those who didn't catch it, they are their own cluster. They are not a part of us. We don't want to be associated with them any further than them being on this. I'm just kidding. You guys are our best friends. They actually have several talks coming up on our stage over these next few days. So be sure to be here for all of those. These all sound very fascinating about the sustainability of the future and the present and stuff. So I, for one, am looking forward to that. So you guys are welcome anytime. Please go visit their cluster. They're gonna have some great stuff. Maybe not quite as good as us, but you know we are the highest standard. So thank you guys so much for everything, for letting us know about that. Actually, I actually might go and I can't leave this cluster because I work here. So, but I may sneak off to see you guys because you're really cool. Okay, let's give them a great big hand. Thank you guys so much. Now, if I could get Matthias up here, we are going to go through our schedule online because we don't trust you guys to be literate enough to do it yourselves. So we are going to go through it and show you guys all the cool things. Once he ambles his way up here. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. So this is not our schedule. This is also not our schedule.
Ah, sorry.
We're getting there. We're getting closer.
Websites?
If you want to follow along, you can take out your little cell phones and go to decentral.community. Decentral.community. Oh, we're almost there. What about all these lights, huh? What do you guys think? This is lights everywhere, constantly. It's like the stars in the sky. It's decentral.
Loading.
So, for those of you who have extremely good eyesight, you can see the URL right there, decentral.community. For the rest of you, you can kind of do this and try to see it. And one day, the internet at C3 will be good, and we will be able to see these things. Until then, you know, maybe we can just pretend we see the schedule here and we can go through it together. The team is working as hard as they can. We're 1 minute over. So right after this, to give you a sneak preview of the schedule, right after this, we have our Monero presentation from Daniel Kim. It's our only keynote today, and it's going to finish us off today. He's going to take us through everything, the thick, the thin, the economics, the cryptography. He knows everything about everything. Big brain time. So please come to that one. He'll answer every question about Monero, about life. He's got it all. So that is directly after this. It starts in about 14 minutes. You want to be here for that one. The network is overloaded. So that means it's time to use my phone, because I have it pulled up here. Once again, if you have your phone and you can connect to it, you can go to decentral.community to follow along here. Those of you watching at home, those of you watching in the great big audience, we are going to go through these things. Tomorrow, day 2, Saturday, December the 28th. We are going to start at 1 p.m. We're going to start at 1. I'm going to come up here, give another 15-minute opening presentation, speak for about 2 to 3 minutes, and go like, oh my gosh, I still have 8-9 minutes to fill. Just exactly like what happened today is going to be a repeat of tomorrow. After which point, actually, you're going to have even more of me, because I am kick-starting the day off with our first talk. That is, how long do I have to talk? 15 minutes. Okay, that's not that bad. I'm going to be talking about funding models of FOSS, free open source software. Just kind of talking about the various funding models that people have come up with to make their open source software projects work. We've got a pretty big variety, and open source can be difficult to monetize. Next, we got Ome. You guys remember Ome? He's from Swiss Cryptoeconomics. And they're going to be talking with us. I really wish. Can you guys see? This is what he's going to be speaking to us about. Yeah? Okay, we can move on. No, in this talk, we will discuss forks as human consensus failure modes, why they happen, and their consequences. We'll look at examples of forks in different social structures, from hunter-gatherer tribes, and religious factions, to open source projects, and particularly the cryptoeconomic protocols that enable decentralized infrastructure. Very pretentious. You want to be here for that. He's going to talk about religious forks. That's really kind of crazy. As well, then, no, still no luck. When? That is directly after my talk. If you don't want to listen to me talk, that is at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. Wait, you know what? Let me do this. So I'm getting network. Let me put a hotspot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Just 1 second, guys. We're gonna make this happen. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Let's see. Hello. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I don't see it here. There. Connection failed. Goodness gracious. I'm sorry, guys. I tried. I really did. I failed you, though. So, yeah, once again, take out your phones. Yeah, take out your phones, decentral.community.
So we're still on day 1, right?
Yeah, day 2.
Day 2.
This is day
today.
1.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
Next up is your thing, a workshop, open hardware dialogues.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit about that.
Yeah, do that.
So we will be looking at so I think it's like entered for 2 hours, but it can be longer because we have like multiple areas where we can hold the workshop. So tomorrow will be a small workshop called Black Crystal. It's the 4th iteration of the workshop, where we will be looking at different implementations of the Trezor CryptoLib. So we will be learning from Trezor CryptoLib on different implementations on different hardware, and we will start actually a new repository where we will enter this kind of findings. Please get in contact with us though early if you want to participate in this workshop, because we have not an unlimited amount of devices with us. So I think we can possibly like 2 people share a device, like work with like 20 people max, something like that.
So that is actually going to be going on during some talks up here on the stage. So if you were interested in that workshop, you would have to miss some of the talks. If you were interested in the talks, you would have to miss the workshop. Or you don't have to be here at all. There's plenty of other C3 to watch and to look at. Right after that, at 2 o'clock, we have the secret TrueCrypt audit. Oh yeah, look it, we got it. Okay, they're going to switch the screen. The secret TrueCrypt audit, there's not much information beyond that. So you can take from that what you will. But for those of you who don't know what TrueCrypt is, it's a way for you to encrypt. It's a software, an open source software that allows you to encrypt your files, encrypt your operating systems, make secret encryption thingies. Pretty neat. It's no longer in use, but plenty of spin-offs from it have happened. Plenty of forks, not spin-offs, like VeraCrypt, which is the biggest one. So the secret TrueCrypt audit. If you're into conspiracy theories, this is the one you want to go to.
So at 3 we will have P2P training in crypto anarchy. That's a talk from BISC, I believe, who will be talking about the BISC system and about different uses for this decentralized exchange, which is BISC.
BISC is really cool. Yeah, it's the biggest currently decentralized exchange system for cryptocurrencies. We got continually running FOSSASIA workshops. So this one right here is by Mario, who just spoke today with us about FOSSASIA. They're going to be, if you can go there and meet their community. They're waving right over here. Hey guys, you're the best. You're the greatest. Yeah. Oh, I don't need my phone anymore. Then we have Arctic Mind, Francisco Cabañas, who is a Monero core team member who is going to be talking with us about Monero's approach to scaling. So if you guys like, I have a question about scaling, that always happens, this is the talk you're going to want to come to. He's going to talk about Monero's plans for scaling, what we've already done, what we've implemented so far.
Then we have a talk about NIM. This is actually also organized by our one of the assemblies by Swiss Crypto. And this is about an incentivized mixnet based on Tor. So yeah, excited about this one. After that we have a workshop. He has written workshop, but it's actually a workshop on crypto AML. Also from Swiss Cryptoeconomics. So this is Polto, and there will be also I guess it's an ongoing workshop which should run longer. So some of the workshops that are entered here entered in a very short time frame. Don't worry. I guess like when they're happening directly at the assemblies, they can be longer. So please get in contact with the assemblies directly.
I want you to note the wording. I plan to organize a workshop. So we will see if these plans go awry or if they actually go as intended. So next up, digital integrity of the human person. So Alexa, this is from Paralelni Polis, isn't it? No, this one is not. Okay. Well, so description abstract. That's how you know that this person is a researcher scientist. They provide us an abstract, not just a description. Every human evolves today in multi-dimensional physical and digital environment. Didn't we have this talk last year?
No, but it's a similar topic. Obviously.
Okay, so we had a similar topic, but yeah, the human person, the digital person, this is definitely something that you want to go into as we're moving into the future, very rapidly changing where humans are using digital stuff. Oh, they're telling us 5 minutes. We got to hurry, man. Okay, we got a workshop. Intro to Pope. That's right, there was Cryptoeconomics people. Yeah, there's going to be a workshop over there with the Cryptoeconomics group. We're probably not going to have time to finish all of these, and you guys are like, thank goodness we could look at this ourselves. You guys are waiting for Daniel Kim. He is in his dressing room. He is getting the makeup. He is getting his big star, so he can come on here and talk with you guys. He'll be here very soon.
Yeah, so maybe if we don't go to all of this in detail, at least we can note that a few smaller changes might be happening to the schedule, at least because there is, of course, delays and things, but also the workshops might take longer, shorter, and so on. So please also don't take the wiki schedule for too granted. Always check our FRAP, which has the latest version of the schedule. Currently we're at version 2, and I expect still one version more to be happening.
If you guys are one of the speakers or workshop people and you contact us last minute and say, can we change the time? We can, but we hate you. So keep that in mind. So we are getting close to kicking us off the stage. That's pretty much it for tomorrow. We've got a couple other things. Once again, decentral.community. The website is very pretty. I made it myself, so you can compliment me about that later. We are going to go ahead and get Daniel Kim up here, so we can go ahead and introduce him before he gets started. Do we have his slides up and all ready to go?
Takes a little bit.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and get those going? Daniel, you can go and come on up here, and you and I can have a little heart-to-heart with you and your audience. Let's give a great big hand as Daniel Kim comes onto the stage. Once again, if you are just passing by in a nearby cluster and you're interested in Monero, what it is, how it works, Daniel Kim is going to break it all down for us. We're getting him set up in terms of his slides, which he worked very hard on. He just got in from, where'd you come in from, Daniel?
Boston.
Boston. How many flights, how long were you in the air?
It was like an 18-hour trip, and I haven't slept much, so I hope I'm coherent.
How many other of you guys came from kind of transatlantic area? Oh, no? You guys are all, oh my gosh, you guys are all very well rested and happy, unlike the rest of us. So lucky you. I'm very glad that you guys are you.
Well, it's fantastic to be here in Leipzig. I actually, one of my past careers, I was a symphony orchestra musician. So to be here in the land of Mahler, Mendelssohn, and Bach, it's fantastic for a classical musician. Yeah,
they like that.
This
else.
vibe here at C3, it's great. It's great what you guys have here. This is my first C3, and it was most definitely worth the trip.
All right, he is getting debriefed, and we are going to switch microphones because this is the better one.
All right.
Remember to eat the mic. And I'm going to pass this off. Let's give Daniel Kim one last big round of applause as he walks us through Fiat, Bitcoin, Monero 2008 to present.
Thanks a lot, Diego. All right, so I'm Daniel Kim. I'm here from Boston, USA, and I am a full-time consultant in cryptocurrency. So I help to bridge two separate worlds. One is that of nonprofit, OG, open source, non-commercial, grassroots cryptocurrency, and the traditional finance world. And that includes institutional investors, trusts, and basically people who are interested in cryptocurrency but need somebody who can speak their language and has walked in their shoes. Another one of my past jobs was I was a head of research for a equity hedge fund. We managed about 1 billion USD in equity markets. So that's what I did for several years before going off on my own, because I decided that, you know, in one's lifetime there are maybe only a few fundamentally important breakthroughs that come around. I'm old enough to have been a grad student. I was working on my PhD at Harvard during the dot-com bubble, and I remember thinking, Google, wow, this is something that people are talking about investing in, and I thought that it was kind of a silly idea to have such a thing because there were only 20 websites in existence. So why would you need to go type your search into Google? There's only 20 websites worth going to. You know them all. They're all in your, the entire book, basically everywhere worth going on the internet was 20 bookmarks in your browse, in your, NCSA browser. So that was a failure of imagination. And I think that when Bitcoin and blockchain came around, after really thinking about it and studying it for a long time, I decided to go full-time into it. So I'm going to talk about fiat currencies, which are central bank controlled currencies, and then Bitcoin, because Bitcoin was the first. It's been 11 years now. The Bitcoin white paper came out Halloween 2008, and Monero is sort of like a big, or like a little brother to Bitcoin, and it's about almost 6 years old now. And there are 4 different aspects that I'm going to talk about for these 3 different kinds of value. One is scarcity, because after all, for something to be money, it needs to be scarce. So how do people handle this problem of creating digital scarcity? There are very different methods in fiat, Bitcoin, and Monero. Next, I'll talk about fungibility and privacy. So since this is the CDC and the motto this year is respect my privacy, I think I shouldn't have to work too hard to convince everyone here that financial privacy is a very important thing to have. Or maybe the opposite is easier to grasp, is that a surveillance state in which everybody's financial transactions are tracked and surveilled and looked at is not open society that we want to be living in. Next is community. So each of these forms of money really requires a community. It needs a group of people who all believe that the thing that is money is money. If you don't have the community, you don't have money. And so, again, in fiat, Bitcoin, and Monero, there are different communities that have come up to support the money. And finally is correlation. So the correlation part, in my talk for here, since the CDC is a kind of cooperative effort between Monero and some cryptoeconomic groups. So for this talk, I upped the amount of content in the finance and economics part, kind of putting on my hedge fund hat and looking at fiat, Bitcoin, and Monero as investments. So what is the situation for scarcity? Why do we even need cryptocurrency? So let's look at the everyday money that we use. I have the US dollar, the Chinese yuan, the euro, and the Swiss franc. And what I'm showing here is official government statistics as to the amount of money in circulation. This is M1, which is paper money, currency, and also checking accounts and savings accounts. So it's cash and things that act like cash, all together. And each of these plots is showing since October 2008, which is when the Bitcoin white paper came out. That is the left-hand scale of each of these 4 plots. So this is 2008, and then this is the end of 2019. You can see that the money supply has inflated for everybody. So in just 11 years, the money supply of the US dollar has gone up 2.6 times. So in other words, the printing presses of money have been going on at that rate. we don't really notice it because every year the prices that we see go up a little bit, but it's like the frog in boiling water, right? So the frog doesn't understand that it's sitting in boiling water until it's too late and it's cooked. That's the kind of situation that we find ourselves in. Now, the thing is that all of the global fiat currencies are kind of turning on the printing presses at a disturbing rate. But what counts as victory? What counts as being sound and prudent with your particular country's currency? Well, it's inflating slightly less fast than the other guys, right? So we still have this situation where if you zoom out, for example, for the US dollar, you go to like a 50-year time scale, you see basically an exponential growth curve. So this is a problem that all savers face. If anyone who has assets to save is up against this current that's coming up against them, in that they're constantly being diluted by new money that's being created. All right, 2008 is when the Nakamoto white paper came out. So this is the Bitcoin white paper. And the key insight to this, I won't go too much into the geeky details, although I'm assuming that everyone here has an IQ of at least 140. So it wouldn't take you long if you haven't already to like look at this paper and study it. But I would say that the Nobel Prize in economics cannot be given to an anonymous person. But were Satoshi Nakamoto a real person, this clearly would be a Nobel Prize winning insight in economics, being in which economics is just the study of scarcity, really. So what Nakamoto consensus does is it synthesizes a method to create digital scarcity without needing a central authority to maintain that scarcity. So in all of our national monies, in the European Central Bank, the Federal Reserve in America, these are all centrally governed bodies that decide what to do with the money supply. Now, the theory, the macroeconomic theory, is that the money supply will expand and contract to match the actual economic output of the society. So, in other words, if a society is really productive and it makes a lot of stuff, then the society is justified in inflating the money supply because they've been productive. But the problem is that countries get into trouble. They get into debt. They promise services to people that are too expensive, and then they can't pay for them. They go into debt. So the problem is that mismanagement causes this kind of fragile balance between the size of the money supply and the size of the underlying economy to get out of whack. So why is it interesting to have a source of scarcity that doesn't require a central committee to be making decisions like for that money? Is that it offers a way for people to opt out of the fiat monetary system. It also provides a kind of fire under the feet of the fiat central banks to maybe do a little bit of a better job. Maybe we might have fewer financial crises in the future. Maybe we won't have another 2009 style financial crisis. All right. So the way that the Nakamoto consensus does this, there are three ways. So at the account level, in other words, how is it that one person's Bitcoin is not confused with another person's Bitcoin? It's that when a person signs up for a Bitcoin account, so to speak, what they're really doing is picking a number. They're just picking a number out of a 256-bit field. So this is, people are really bad at imagining huge numbers, but we're talking about picking a number between 0 and 10 to the 77th, right? So one with 77 zeros after that. So to understand how big that is, imagine the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy. Now imagine electrons being lined up right next to each other, and I'm using just the classical electron radius here. All right, so for the entire diameter of the Milky Way, we have electrons lined up, right? That turns out to not be enough. You have to take one of these electrons and blow that up to the size of the Milky Way galaxy, and then get another set of electrons going across, right? Then even that's not enough. You have to take one of those electrons, blow it up to the size of this hall, and then you have bacteria lined up one after each other. That's 10 to the 77th. That's how vast the space is of the random number that you're choosing, and that is why getting a Bitcoin account doesn't require going to fill out some form and asking permission for an account. You just pick a number, right? You just pick a number, that's your private key, and you need to kind of defend that because knowledge of that private key is what is needed to spend a person's Bitcoin. Aggregate level scarcity, that is, how do we know how much of the Bitcoin there is in the entire monetary system, and how do we know that that's not going to get corrupted? Well, the scarcity is enforced by an open network of miners, which are really gossipy accountants. And they are rewarded for behaving consistently with the consensus rule set. Finally, how do we know that the record of who sent what to who, which is what the blockchain records? So the blockchain is a series of blocks. Each block contains transactions from this person sent money to this person, who sent what to who and how much. And each block is just a record of that. How do we know that that's not going to get corrupted over time? Because as we all know, there's bit rot, right? There can be corruption. There could be some malfeasance going on with the state of the database. So the database is maintained because each block has a small data field in it that the miner can change. That's called the nonce. And each miner randomly changes the nonce so that the hash of the block is lower than a number called the difficulty. Usually when we talk about hash functions, we don't care about the actual value of the hash function. We just care that the hash matches some other hash. Like if you're checking filed integrity, then you would take the hash of the file that you downloaded, compare that with the hash of the file that you're looking for, and you compare those. In this case, we're actually caring about the number of the hash, like how small, how large is that number. And the difficulty is a number that must be satisfied by each block. So in other words, the hash of each block needs to be lower than the difficulty. And that's how, so to make a real world analogy of this, imagine that you have an accounting book that has each page of the accounting book has 10 minutes worth of transactions on it. And you want to make a way to make sure that each page is really rare in some way. So one way you could do this is you could say the mass of every page of this accounting book has to be an even multiple of 1 million atoms, right? And so each accountant is going to be kind of touching the paper, rubbing it, erasing little bits, because at that level you're taking away or adding trillions and trillions of atoms, so it's going to be a random number whether your answer is whether your page is actually an exact multiple of 1 million atoms, right? So once that's found, that's a very rare page. It's a rare page because it has a exact multiple of 1 million atoms to it, and because now it's a digital representation, you can copy that exactly, right? So now you have a chain of blocks. Each one of these has this rare attribute, and the blockchain links them all together. All right, so scarcity in Bitcoin and Monero. They both have an original code base. So there are many, many projects in cryptocurrency in which Bitcoin was simply forked and modified a little bit. That's not the case in Monero. It was written from scratch. The elliptic curves used are different. So this is a form of technical hedging. In Bitcoin, the SEC P256K1 elliptic curve is used, whereas in Monero, it's ED25519. Both Bitcoin and Monero, as I mentioned before, require a private key. Like spending the cryptocurrency requires that you know a number, and that's the private key. That's true in both Bitcoin and Monero. Where we start to differ is that Monero also has what's called a view key. The view key is another private key, which is actually a kind of a subset of the spend key. The view key is what is needed to decrypt the transactions on the blockchain that you personally are involved with. So if you have the view key, you can see what transactions you were involved in on the blockchain. Everything else remains encrypted. The address space is different. So in Bitcoin, it's 10 to the 60. In Monero, it's 10 to the 76. So there are more addresses available in Monero, which means if you're worried about the birthday problem is the problem in which if you have a group of 30 people, chances are much higher than you would expect that 2 people out of those 30 have the same birthday. So if you extend this now to the problem of picking a random number and calling it your own for a cryptocurrency account, you have the same problem. Like, there's no guarantee that the random number that you pick for your cryptocurrency account is not going to subsequently be picked by me, right? That's the birthday problem. And so the birthday problem is less of a concern the more addresses there are. So the emission deceleration is another difference between Bitcoin and Monero. In Bitcoin, it's stepwise. You might have heard of this thing called the halvening. This is every 4 years in Bitcoin, the number of Bitcoins that gets rewarded to miners as a reward for finding a page in the blockchain gets cut in half, which means that on every miner's calendar, there's a date circled in red that their income is going to get cut in half. And so that introduces a bunch of kind of needless drama, really, in the mining. In Monero, we avoid this by having a continuously decreasing emission. Now, another difference is in what is the emission rate of coins in the far future. So in Bitcoin, the block reward eventually goes to 0. And they anticipate using transaction fees to make up the difference. In Monero, we have a concern that we want to always be assured that miners will have incentive to keep working for the system. And so in Monero, we have what's called the tail emission, which works out to be 0.6 Monero per block. That goes on in perpetuity. But that money, basically, that future money gets used to pay miners to continue to provide security for the network. So what's the far future inflation rate then? In Bitcoin, they can say it's exactly 0. In Bitcoin, they're fond of saying there's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin created, and that's an easy thing for people to understand. But yet, in Monero, we have constant linear inflation, but it's not really correct to say that this is infinite supply, as gets bandied about. Because if you look at the inflation rate in Monero, it's asymptotically going to 0. If you look at any macroeconomic theory, what the relevant variable is the inflation rate. Nobody really cares that the nominal amount of US dollars is going up by whatever trillions of dollars per year. It's the percentage that matters. And in Monero, that percentage is already low, and it'll continue getting lower. Some curves to show what I'm talking about. So these are supply emission curves showing how many coins of each type exist as a function of time. You can see that Monero had a later start here, and it has a tail emission. This tail emission is this constant linear slope. So the reason for this slope, again, is that the new coins that get emitted are being rewarded to miners who help secure the network. Whereas in Bitcoin, they have an impending problem to deal with in that their coin emission is coming up to this 21 million mark. It's going to go basically to 0. Then there are some papers out there that have proposed that the security of the network might be in jeopardy at that point. What if we take the first derivative of this curve? So we look at how much more supply is there in this year versus last year. In other words, what's the inflation rate? Here's what you see. I'm comparing several different assets here. So this is the inflation rate of gold. We usually don't think of gold as inflating, but of course they're miners. They're actual physical miners digging in the ground and coming up with gold chunks to add to the world supply of above ground gold. And so that turns out to be about 1.5% per year of inflation in gold. So if you think of gold as being sound money, then that 1.5% inflation rate is going to be sort of like a line in the sand. As you can see, both Bitcoin and Monero, this dotted blue line is showing where we are right now. We're coming to a very interesting point in cryptocurrency history, in that up until now, there's been a lot of emission happening, right? In order to get these coins out there, the block rewards have been relatively high. But we're now coming upon a new kind of era of scarcity if you look at this to the right of here. And in fact, the inflation rate of Monero is going to be lower than that of Bitcoin for the next 6 years, until 2025. Then there's going to be a 4-year period when they're about the same. And then starting in 2029, the inflation rate of Bitcoin will once again go below Monero. But then again, this comes with a question mark. How are those miners going to be paid, to be incentivized to support the network? Since that is a crucial feature of Nakamoto consensus, is that game theoretically, all of the miners are incentivized to be honest and not to try to game the system for their own greed. All right, there's a form of unwanted scarcity, and that's mining hardware. And this is something that has been a big issue in Monero. In the Bitcoin white paper, Nakamoto wrote, "One CPU, one vote." And that idea is that the reward that a miner gets should be proportional to their effort. It should be proportional to the expense that the miner incurred in mining. So, in other words, there should ideally be a linear function between the miner's expense and the miner's reward. Now, unfortunately, economies of scale in silicon manufacturing have destroyed this linear relationship. So in other words, if you have about $25 million to spend on a new fabrication facility in Shenzhen, then you can churn out your own silicon chips that do nothing but do the Bitcoin proof of work, right? These are ASICs. And so they've been on the network now, on Bitcoin, for several years now, to the point that at this point, Bitcoin mining is basically a Chinese oligopoly. And so this brings up a centralization concern, right? It's not necessarily a problem that it's China that has all the mining. It's really more of a problem that it's one certain area of the world that has basically control of all of the world's Bitcoin hash power. There are further news items that are cause for concern. For example, the growing trade war between China and the West. There's a press article out that said, the Chinese government has recently decreed that only Chinese computer hardware is to be used in government offices starting in like a year. There's some deadline by which all of the Dells and the American, basically, companies' computers are to be kicked out. So something similar could well happen for Chinese manufactured Bitcoin ASICs. We kind of take for granted that there's a free flow of goods in the world, but what happens if not only does one part of the world control the manufacture of all of the crypto hash power, but then is unable to even export it due to a trade war? So in Monero, we tried to take this decentralization question quite seriously, and so we've done some changes to the proof of work to support the little guy who's mining. That is, when Bitcoin started, it was possible for just a regular person running, the Bitcoin client on their computer to actually have a shot at getting a mining reward. Those days are long gone because now the hash power is dominated by these massive farms of ASICs. So it's just hopeless for any little guy to try to mine Bitcoin. In Monero, we're trying to change that, and so the proof of work has been modified several times, and now, as of just last month, the proof of work in Monero is now RandomX, which actually uses every single capability of a CPU in doing the proof of work. There's basically a random program that gets executed. Each core of the processor needs 2 gigabytes of RAM to run well. So this was a design decision made to make it harder for botnets to control the network. Because if your computer is infected with a botnet and 14 out of your 16 gigabytes of RAM are being eaten up, you're probably going to notice it, right? So it was deliberate, that design decision in RandomX, to use a high required amount of RAM for processing. There's another source of scarcity that is not necessarily one that you want in a blockchain, and that is access to layer 1. So Bitcoin's 1 megablock block limit caused a project fork. There was basically a civil war in Bitcoin over whether or not it was okay to make blocks stay at this 1 megabyte limit, it still rages on to this day. It's still a holy war. And this is something that Monero has avoided thus far. Its solution to this is to use an adaptive block size, in which the maximum block size of a Monero block is flexible and it can organically expand or shrink along with demand, with, of course, provisions in there to prevent the system from getting gamed. And there's ongoing research to reduce the transaction size. There's bulletproofs that went in recently that reduced transaction sizes by a factor of 10. That went in, and overnight the transaction fees for transacting Monero went down by a factor of 10 because the transaction fee is based on the kilobyte size of the transaction. All right, moving on to fungibility and privacy. Bitcoin is transparent. So if you are new to crypto, you might be under the impression that if you have Bitcoin, you're anonymous. It's this anonymous magic internet money that you might have heard about. Nothing could be further from the truth. The popular press continues to push this misleading narrative. Bitcoin is completely transparent. And if you read the Bitcoin white paper, it's all there. It's specified that the sender, the receiver, and how much got sent is recorded in plain text and recorded in the blockchain, which, because it has all this proof of work up behind it. Remember what I was saying about each transaction in the block has a hash that makes it a very rare and unique set of data. It's the multiple of 1 million atoms thing, right? So basically, these transparent details are written and etched into that blockchain forever. There is no escaping that. It's completely incompatible, for example, with European privacy law, the GDPR, which has this right to be forgotten. That is totally non-existent in Bitcoin. Once a transaction gets put into the Bitcoin blockchain, it's there. It's there forever. And the only thing that is not totally transparent is that the Bitcoin address is just a hex string, right? Or it's a string. I mean, when you come down to it, everything's a hex string. But you know, the Bitcoin address is a sequence of letters and numbers that looks anonymous. But once that gets associated to your name and face, that association, that metadata, that marriage between a Bitcoin account number and your identity, that doesn't change. So because the blockchain is etched in stone forever and it's constantly growing, the job of the people trying to identify and dox everyone it's just a waiting game. So you have this blockchain. Every day you get some little piece of information. Oh, you know, Joe in Leipzig, signed up with Exchange, right? So now their identity information is associated with this. So basically this metadata just kind of continues to gather on this blockchain until you have a situation which is actually much worse than in fiat. When you have a fiat bank account, you do not expect that your bank is going to post your monthly statement up on the bulletin board outside the bank for everybody to see, right? But that is exactly the situation in Bitcoin. And it's not just the people out in your neighborhood who can see it, it's everybody. Everybody in the world can see who sent what to who and when. The unfortunate consequence of this is that Bitcoins have a history behind them, right? So remember that in Bitcoin, every Bitcoin in existence first came into being as a reward that went to a miner. Once the miner gets that Bitcoin and then they spend it, it starts circulating in the Bitcoin economy, right? But because the blockchain is transparent, it's totally see-through, the entire history of every single Bitcoin now in existence can be traced back to this person, this person, all the way back to when it was mined. It's as if you have like a 10 euro banknote, and on the back of that 10 euro banknote, you see a nice list showing everyone before you who owned that, right? What could possibly be the negative consequences of this? How about innocent people getting falsely accused because they happen to have received money from somebody who, unbeknownst to them, was involved in something that was not very good, right? This is happening in Bitcoin. There's a reputation in Bitcoin that transfers as well as value. And that is what is profoundly disturbing about having this, and I call it a surveillance coin. In a surveillance coin, it's not just value that transmits, it's also reputation, which means if you're accepting money from somebody, you're also accepting their life history. It's coming to you too. It's not just value. In contrast, Monero is fungible. Fungible just means that every unit of currency is indistinguishable from the other units, right? So if I have 10 Monero, you have 10 Monero, and then we both trade the 10 Monero to other people, they still look like the 10 Monero. There's no history. It works just like a cash bill. It works just like cash would. You would think cash should work. And it does this by adding 3 technologies on top of what Bitcoin does that preserve privacy. One is ring signatures. So in ring signatures, the sender of funds is lined up along with 10 other senders of funds, and the only thing that you know happened in that transaction is 1 out of those 11 people sent money. So it's as if every time you spend money, now you have 10 friends or 10 random people, 10 decoys, and all that you know cryptographically is 1 of the 11 of you sent the money. So that protects the sender's identity. How about the receiver's identity? Well, the receiver's Monero account does not appear unencrypted on the Monero blockchain. So a one-time use address is what gets put on the blockchain. So that protects the recipient's privacy. How about the amount that gets sent? Because there are attacks that can be done by knowing, kind of observing your pattern of how much you spend. That is covered with technology RingCT, which originally was developed for Bitcoin, but actually first got implemented in Monero. RingCT stands for confidential transactions, and all these things combine to make Monero's fungibility. So the end result is that in Monero, coins are indistinguishable from another, or they have no memory. They have no memory of where they've been, which is really what you want in a money, because the opposite, if you have money that has perfect memory, like it is in Bitcoin, that unfortunately gets used to falsely associate activities of people who had nothing to do with each other. Because Monero is fungible, users benefit by having privacy. So the Monero blockchain is public. Just like Bitcoin, there is a publicly shared ledger of who sent what to who that everybody in the world can get. All you have to do is download the Monero software, and you too can have a copy of this ledger that has the complete history of who sent what to who. The difference is that in Monero, the details of this blockchain are encrypted, right? So that if you just look at it, you see encrypted garbage. You cannot do what you can do in Bitcoin, which is type in somebody's Bitcoin address and immediately see how much money they have, right? I represent high net worth clients, institutional investors, and for them, this kind of feature is a showstopper. Like nobody with wealth wants anyone in the world to type in their bank account and see instantly how much money they have, or see instantly whenever they transfer money out or get money in. As you can do in the Bitcoin blockchain, you can set a little automated robot to watch the blockchain for you and send you an alert on your cell phone whenever a transaction goes in and out of any Bitcoin address that you choose, right? This sort of kind of casual surveillance, this invitation to be creepy on your neighbor is something that is intrinsically part of Bitcoin. And the deeper it gets into society, the more insidious it is, the more of a threat it is to all of our privacy. So a slander that happens is that, okay, so you have this money that doesn't have a history, sounds like only the criminals are going to want to use it. This is it's a slander. I'm kind of tired of hearing it. Monero benefits people who have nothing to hide. So the chief benefit is that with a money that has no memory, there's no need to worry about being falsely accused of misdeeds due to being one hop away from a quote-unquote bad person. Basically, when you accept a surveillance coin, you are accepting the risk that somebody unsavory will be sending you something. for example, let's say you have a business, you sell stickers or shirts, t-shirts, or something very innocent, right? And you decide that you're going to accept Bitcoin for your business, right? Unbeknownst to you, you get a t-shirt order from, a gangster or, some drug dealer or someone like that. Like, you had no idea they were a drug dealer. They're just sending you some Bitcoin because you're a t-shirt seller. And this is how you make money. You need to get money from people. But because the people watching the blockchain and putting faces and names on addresses in the blockchain don't know that. So they can try to program that in, but at the end, it's a probabilistic assessment of, is this bad person really related to you? And so the only way that somebody finds out that they've been bitten by this is that, oh, gee, Coinbase just emailed me and my account's been closed, right? Or even the Fiat bank that I had associated with my crypto exchange now thinks that there's something suspicious about me. Now my Fiat bank is like frozen my funds for some reason. And it had nothing to do with anything that the person in question did. It's just that the money itself has this fatal flaw of being totally having a history behind it. It's not really money. It's like Beanie Babies. It's like collectibles. It's like collectible items with their own serial number that are getting passed around in this economy. It's not a real money. All right, I want to leave with a Nobel Prize-winning idea. So I find that not too many people have heard of this paper. George Akerlof won the Nobel Prize in economics for his work on asymmetric information in markets. Anyone here know this paper well? Okay, all right, great. So I'll explain it briefly. There are two kinds of used cars, right? There are lemons, which are the bad used cars, right? Those are you buy them and then they break immediately. Those are lemons. The other kind of used car is a peach. These are the good cars. So those owners of the peaches, they did all the maintenance, they changed the oil, they did all the work to make sure that they have a nice car to sell, right? Sellers know whether they're selling a lemon or a peach, right? The seller knows that. If you're selling a lemon, you know it, and you're just trying to make money off the selling of the lemon. If you have a peach, you know it because you've been doing maintenance on that car. However, the buyer of the car is ignorant, right? Because both lemon sellers and peach sellers make extra sure that the paint job on the car is extra shiny, right? So the cars all look alike to the buyer. So the buyer knows that they are vulnerable in this situation. The buyer knows that they could end up with a lemon, right? Because the buyer is ignorant, but not totally ignorant, they are actually aware of their own ignorance. Because of that, the buyer then adjusts their offer price to be slightly lower than that of a peach. The offer price for the car is going to be not quite at the peach price here, it's going to be slightly lower, right? What happens then? If you're selling a lemon and you see this pretty high price being offered for cars, you're happy, right? Because your lemon, which is worth this low price, can sell for this. So the lemon sellers are happy. There are more suckers out there to buy their lemons, right? How about the peach sellers? The peach sellers are the ones who did the work to have a good car to sell, and now they're seeing this offer price, which is less than the peach price. They're discouraged and slightly offended, right? Because all the work that they did, all the good work that they did to keep that car good, and they followed all the rules with their car, that good behavior is not getting rewarded in the form of a high price coming from the buyer, right? So the peach sellers get discouraged and they leave the market. So what happens is that peach sellers leave. Well, now the buyers figure out that their chance of buying a lemon has just gone up. And so the price that they're going to offer goes down. And so you have this race to the bottom in which the offer price keeps going down, down, down. All of the good sellers leave the market because they are not being justly compensated for the work that they've done. What does this have to do with cryptocurrency? Surveillance coins, which have a total record and a total history of who had them, are the used cars of cryptocurrency. So whenever you buy Bitcoin from somebody and you don't know the history of that Bitcoin, you are the used car buyer in this situation. You don't know, if you accept this Bitcoin, am I going to be just fine? Or am I going to be falsely accused of some, who knows what? Who knows what, possible crime could have been done with the person who used to own that Bitcoin now? You don't know if that's going to happen to you. So as a Bitcoin receiver, you are in the seller, in the position of the used car buyer, right? What in this paper is identified as a means to avoid this race to the bottom is a signal. So in the car market, for example, there's probably something similar to this in Europe, where you can type in the serial number, the VIN number of a car, and then you get a report of all the, you can see if it's been in an accident. This doesn't exist in Europe. Okay, well, business idea for somebody. It exists in the United States. It's called Carfax, and you type in the serial number of a car, and all of its kind of past history comes up. That information can equalize the playing field between the buyers and the sellers of cars, right? This also happens in the job market. So education is a similar situation. So if you are a boss, you're hiring a worker, you have 100 workers out there applying for jobs. They all look the same to you because it's like everyone starts looking the same, like all the resumes look the same after a while, right? So how are the sellers of their labor going to distinguish themselves? They're going to have a signal. So education is a signal, just like information in the used car market is, right? So basically, the sellers of labor take it upon themselves to get educational credential to signal to the buyer of labor that their labor is going to be worth more, right? Unfortunately, what happens is that the sellers of education then figure this out, and then they just start selling education because they know that the people coming for the education are just going to get like an employment signal. And so the actual purpose of the education gets lost. So this is happening in non-fungible cryptocurrencies as well. So right now, anybody who signs up for an account at a centralized exchange has to do all sorts of kind of degrading things. You have to hold up a picture of your ID. You have to make a little handwritten note that says, this is my name. You have to basically submit all this stuff just to be deemed worthy enough to participate in this cryptocurrency economy, right? So that is a signal in this sense too. But what's interesting is that in cryptocurrency, currently the exchanges bear the burden of due diligence on their customers, right? So it's an expense for the exchanges to be doing to check all these people out. It could be that in the future, that just like in the education market and in the car market, it's the seller who's going to have to increasingly go through hoops basically to prove their worthiness in this whole system. All right, so just to take a step back, I've gone over scarcity in Bitcoin and Monero, and I've gone over fungibility and privacy in Bitcoin and Monero. And if we step back, I can identify what I think is a reason why crypto is not going to go away, why it's here to stay. Now we have the internet, we have mobile telecommunication. Everybody here has at least one device that is extremely good at copying packets, right? That's what cell phones are. They're just packet copiers. When you fetch your email, you are copying packets from the email server to your phone to check, right? We've become just extraordinarily efficient at copying ones and zeros globally. The marginal cost of shuttling these bits around is zero. So what is rare in that world? What is rare in a world where every human on Earth basically has the ability to copy ones and zeros anywhere around the world for free? Well, it's going to be digital scarcity and digital privacy. Digital scarcity in the sense that there's a sequence of ones and zeros that only you know, which is cryptocurrency, that's the private key. And privacy, in which you have a sequence of ones and zeros also that you only know and that you haven't shared with everyone. Like you've shared the contents of your lunch on Facebook with the entire world, and other, details of your life that are basically copied around. These are the two things that are going to be scarce in the future. Digital scarcity and digital privacy. Cryptocurrencies offer both, and cryptocurrencies like Monero especially offer both because they offer privacy as well. All right, so next I want to talk about community. So in the past, when we've had fiat money, basically your nationality depended, like your nationality told you what community you belong to for purposes of money. If you're born in the Eurozone, well, you use euros. Like I was born American, so I use the US dollar. Like that kind of gets told to you at birth as an accident of where you were born. Now with cryptocurrencies, because the system of bookkeeping is a decentralized network of computers that can be worldwide, this idea of association is now fluid. It's more open. It's really like the Reformation of the Church, like to another famous German, Martin Luther, like who liberated theology from the kind of centralized control of the Catholic Church and kind of liberated this ability for people to elect to worship in the way that they chose, right? A similar sort of thing is now possible because of Nakamoto consensus, now almost 11 years and a month old. Now it's possible for each one of us to kind of pick a group, pick your own church, pick your own, like that's not really quite right, but I think you get what I'm saying. You can pick your own group of people who agree on certain characteristics that they want their money to have, and you are free to associate with each of those groups. So Bitcoin is one such group. That's one such group that apparently doesn't, really is not too bothered by the fact that the currency has this perfect knowledge of history for every single coin that's out there. And that is a large association of people, all of whom have the shared belief that the token that they are keeping track of on their blockchain is money, right? And so there's a similar sort of community sort of formation that happens with the cryptocurrencies. So I'd like to share some of my observations about the Monero community. And by the way, I'm volunteering to be here. I've paid my own dime to come out here from Boston to kind of share what I think, my understanding of the current status of cryptocurrency with you. Monero it's run like a charity. There is no company behind it. There's no pre-mine. There's no scammy way for people to get rich. All of the Monero in existence were given in the past to a miner who was doing the accounting work to help support the network, just like in Bitcoin. So both Bitcoin and Monero have the positive aspect that there's no central company steering things to kind of make a profit. No, it's totally open source, grassroots, just normal everyday people choosing to run some peer-to-peer network software on their computer and join this community who have this shared ethos in what they think that money should be. So the Monero community I find to be idealistic, scientific, and yet very welcoming. It's very chill. There's a lot of alpha geek happening in some other coins in which people are just really out there on Twitter and they just really want everyone to know that they're the alphaist geek out there. That kind of thing is refreshingly absent in Monero. It's very chill. It's one thing that I like about this whole vibe here at C3, that it's very chill. There's just a lot of people lounging, and that sort of shared relaxed atmosphere is something that I've personally observed at the Monero meetups that I've been to. Monero Research Lab, we have full-time PhDs who do nothing but cryptographic research. There's sort of a pipeline of research in which pure science gets done at Monero Research Lab, then implementations of the promising idea get tested out. Then there's an audit process that we actually employ external auditors to look at implementations of code. Once those are clean, then we go to release. So there's this basically pipeline of technology from science to engineering that gets pushed out in the actual release of the Monero core software. The LMDB database is another kind of interesting example of how far Monero has come. In the early days of Monero, the entire blockchain was stored in RAM, if you can believe that. So that kind of puts a hard limit on how big your blockchain can be if it has to fit in RAM. The LMDB blockchain database, which was the brainchild of Howard Chu, who's one of the very frequent contributors and sort of open source Linux guru was added to Monero. Monero is actually number 3 in terms of developer effort. If you look at if you rank the coins not by market cap, but by actual developer effort, it goes Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then Monero. It turns out that, well, in my opinion, the killer app of Nakamoto consensus is money, because you have a ledger of scarcity that's being shared, and what more natural thing is there for shared idea of scarcity than money? But it turns out that money is non-trivial to get right. It needs to be thought through. Like these things like, should the money have a complete history behind it, or should it be fungible? Like that kind of basic idea, that basic engineering design decision has to be made early on, because the technology that's needed to bake in fungibility to Monero, it's highly non-trivial. Like Monero has been added for 6 years now and has made great improvements in that. And the way that the social contract is, I just can't see this happening in Bitcoin. They're volunteer work groups for community outreach. And as I said before, all of the funding to support all of this is completely 100% shaking the tin cup and asking for people to donate out of the kindness of their hearts. And the people in the Monero community do that. They actually step up to the plate and they fulfill these. But if you look at the annual budget, if Monero were a company, which it is not, but if Monero were a company and you looked at its operating budget, you would be astounded at how minuscule, how tiny it is. And that's because you have idealistic, passionate people working on this project in true open source spirit, like often on their spare time. All right. So just to summarize, Monero is what Bitcoin noobs think they bought. So I'm going to switch hats a little bit. So as I mentioned, one of my jobs before going full-time into crypto, I was head of research at a hedge fund. And so the question of thinking of cryptocurrency as an investment comes up. And of course, because there have been these spectacular gains in the price of Bitcoin, it gets discussed a lot. One thing that is positive about Monero's culture is that it is generally gauche to talk about prices and returns and the price going to the moon. I hope that, so I have some background in academic finance. There's a paper that I co-authored on the effect of liquidity on asset prices that won a Paper of the Year award in applied finance. So, and that coupled with the Nobel Prize that I just explained, hopefully I can put a respectable enough academic sheen on the discussion of the finance and economics to be forgivable by the Monero community. But the fact is that this project is going to attract investors. It's going to attract hodlers. It's a socio-economic hedge. So there are lots of investment, there are lots of ETFs out there. If you believe that companies should be environmentally sustainable and that their corporate boards should have official policies that mandate sustainability in one sense or another, there are ETFs that will only invest in those companies, right? So it's possible to be basically an ideological investor. So if you really care about sustainability, then there's an investment for you, right? If, for example, say Islamic finance, they are not cool with the idea of interest being paid on loans. So you have another subset of Islamic finance, investments that don't involve paying interest on loans. Monero, if you look at it in a similar lens, is basically an ideal hedge for people who have two characteristics. One is that they're concerned about mismanagement and corruption on the part of central banks managing fiat. And two, they're gravely disturbed by the state of surveillance capitalism in which everything about all of us is recorded all the time and will stay forever. And we have little or no control over that. It's done in the name of security, but unfortunately, if you push that line too far, you cease to become an open and free society. There are reasons that we in the West have put limits on the powers of government. And that is because of an awareness of what happens when there are no limits on the powers of government. So a project like Monero is a hedge for, it's basically a put your money where your mouth is kind of thing for people who have strong feelings on those 2 points. So it's just going to attract investors. Gresham's law is an economic concept that the best form of money gets hoarded. So people keep the best kind of money, and the inferior form of money, they're going to use that to spend, right? But the good stuff they're going to keep for themselves. That's Gresham's law. So with Monero, this tends to happen. Like a lot of people in Monero used to be in Bitcoin, but now whenever they deal with Bitcoin, they find their heads consumed with all these worries about, like, traceability, and so on. So it's refreshing to come to Monero where you don't have to worry about that because the currency is actually fungible. And because it's fungible, it becomes a superior form of money that gets hoarded by Gresham's law. That's another tendency that's going to happen for people to want to keep the Monero and spend the other stuff. Also, capital gains taxes, at least in America, and I believe in Germany too. If you hold an asset for over a year in Germany, you don't have to pay gains on it. That's what I've read. Is that right? In Germany? So basically, the tax law promotes looking at those cryptocurrency projects that are solid and have a real reason to exist. And so that is also going to attract investment money to Monero. The question is, can these new investors integrate into the community? And so part of what I do as a consultant is I try to bridge these worlds. I try to take these new investors whose inclination might be to want to talk to the manager of Monero and have a word with them about the release schedule, and they want this and this and this feature built into the next, like basically this whole mentality of I own, some tokens, therefore I'm your customer and you have to do what I say, which of course falls completely flat on its face in any open source project. That's not how changes happen in Linux. Like nobody goes to Linus and makes ultimatums on what they want to see in the next rollout. So, basically, one thing that I'm doing is trying to bridge these worlds of the traditional investment world and that of the OG cryptocurrency open source world that's surrounding us here. So, community investors, I posit, are kind of a subset of investors that can be valued members of the community. Instead of being entitled and thinking that they're customers, they'll take the attitude that they're helping to bear financial risk on behalf of the project. They will do things like take self-custody of their coins and not just leave them on exchange, which lots of people do. Lots of people leave their crypto on exchanges, then the exchange gets hacked, they lose their money. The reality is, if the money is on the exchange, you don't own the private key, then it's not your crypto. It's actually an IOU that you own for crypto. It's not crypto that you own. And there's another, kind of a list of aspects that I think are proper for like a community type of investor to be a solid member of the Monero community. One thing to do also is to make sure that there are proper legal structures around one's ownership of cryptocurrency. And so one of the subsets of the traditional finance world that I help to bridge with cryptocurrency is that of trusts. In a statutory law kind of regime like Germany, the whole concept of trust might be a little foreign because it comes from English common law. But the idea is that a trust is a legal entity. It's a legal thing. It's kind of like a company, but it's a different category of legal structure. A trust is a kind of like a holding vessel for funds that a giver wants to give to beneficiaries, but not immediately, right? So basically there are three people involved. There's a grantor who has wealth and wants to transfer it to the beneficiaries, but not just outright. They want the money to go into a trust. So the grantor will work to make the rules of the trust and then transfer property into the trust. As part of the document that defines the trust, you have a list of beneficiaries who could ultimately benefit from the property. And then you have a third party, which is the trustee. The trustee is the legal owner of the assets that are given into trust, but the legal owner is with conditions. The legal owner cannot do whatever they want with the property. They have to follow the instructions that are in the trust document, right? So in effect, this is what crypto people would think of as a smart contract. It's kind of the original, old school legal contract. And if you're careful with which jurisdictions you place the various players in the trust, there are advantages that can be had, which are very dependent on jurisdiction. And it's just completely impossible for me to kind of spell it out because of the complexity of this. But possible benefits are legal tax reduction, protection from being sued, in other words. So if money is in a trust, it's not the giver's money anymore. It's not the wealth owner's money anymore, it's the trust's money. So if somebody sues the wealth owner, the wealth is gone. It's not theirs anymore. It belongs to the trust. And then there are trust laws that protect that money from lawsuits as well, right? So most people think, well, you know, I'm at low risk, like I'm a nice guy, I don't like hurt anybody, nobody's going to sue me. But one glaring exception to this is divorce. So people routinely get robbed by people who they only recently married, and it turns out that irrevocable trusts made before marriage, you have to do it before, or otherwise it won't count. But it's one of the only things that can survive like a challenge, right? And also legal enhanced privacy. So depending on the jurisdiction in which you place the trust, you could benefit from enhanced privacy protecting those assets. So actually relevant to people who are not Americans, you may or may not be aware of this, but there's kind of a saying within estate planning and wealth management that America is the new Switzerland. And this is because America has laws that are asymmetric. America has a law called FATCA, which was put in by Obama, which requires worldwide financial institutions to send data on Americans back to the IRS. This is why it's almost impossible for an American to get a German bank account, because the German bank account will have a whole bunch of burdensome reporting requirements to the IRS to take on this American customer, right? So that's why Americans have a lot of trouble when they go overseas to work. So in reaction to this, the other countries of the world came up with what's called CRS, which is the Common Reporting Standard. So the idea is the same. Like for example, one European government wants to make sure that its citizens are not trying to hide money in Australia, right? So they signed this like agreement for all these countries to share financial information with each other to make sure that nobody's cheating on their taxes, right? So there's basically a bunch of countries that have signed on to this CRS, but America is not one of them. So thus lies the asymmetry that for US citizens who are doing affairs abroad, like legitimate businesses abroad, all of that information gets sent back to the IRS, but for a non-US person who sets up financial affairs in the US, there is no obligation for the US to send the information back to the home country. So thus the saying, America's the new Switzerland. So my reason for going into all that is that Monero is a project that is important for humanity, and so I think that for people who are in custody of Monero, it's an important job for them to basically sort this stuff out, like figure out what's going to happen when you die, and ideally figure that stuff out. Maybe make a trust that kind of executes all these things while you're alive. Then you have more control over it while you're alive than when you're dead. So basically, that's going to avoid this kind of situation where a lawsuit causes Monero to be handed over, liquidated, like basically things that are not good for the network. Like this stuff needs to be kind of held and taken care of. All right, I am over time, so unfortunately, the section that I had on asset correlations is, I'm just going to maybe show one slide. All right, this is kind of a complicated one, but this is showing the degree to which the monthly ups and downs of Monero versus the monthly ups and downs of Bitcoin versus the monthly ups and downs of the US stock market, the US bond market, and gold, right? So for example, this square here is showing the intersection of Monero and Bitcoin, right? On this axis, you see the Monero return. On this axis, you see the Bitcoin return. So you can see that on months when Monero does well, Bitcoin also tends to do well. So you have this kind of pattern, this correlation here that you can see. You can also see that there's some really extreme outlier months for Monero in the positive. This particular month, Monero basically quadrupled in 1 month. So this is part of owning crypto, is that you're on this really wild roller coaster ride, and you need to kind of be able to deal with that. So, but what this is showing is that there is a correlation between the returns of Monero and Bitcoin. That's a 0.4 correlation. A 1.00 correlation is perfectly correlated. They go up and down together. -1 is the opposite. If one goes up, the other goes down. So in modern portfolio theory, and this is true for also your own personal portfolio, it's an idea to think about. If you have two assets who you expect to do well in the future, and they're uncorrelated. In other words, when one asset goes up, the other is flat, or maybe the other one goes down. In other words, the ups and downs from day to day of these two different assets tend to cancel each other out. If you have that situation, then if you make a portfolio out of both of those assets, your combined volatility is going to be improved. It's going to be reduced because the components that you're adding are anti-correlated, right? So this is a very big deal for Wall Street investors because it turns out correlation structure tends to be more dependable and long-lived than predictions of outperformance. So correlation structures tend to persist. So Wall Street's always looking for sources of uncorrelated alpha. So for example, if you look at the correlation of Monero with traditional assets like US stocks, we have 0.01. So it's an idea to think about, is that putting together assets that wiggle in different ways can be a positive force for your overall portfolio. Now again, as I mentioned, this is only talking about correlation structure. This is like the ups and downs. This is not talking about, is the price going to go up in the future? That's a different question. So let me show this, and then I'll finish. I'm sorry I'm going over. But I guess there's no one after me. But I'll try to make it quick. So I think what I'm showing here is pretty much the only asset price chart you need. And that is a very long-term view. So this is showing from the beginning of cryptocurrency, 2009 to 2020. This is 11 years of history. And you almost never see this in the crypto bloggers or people on YouTube blabbing about crypto. They're always focused on what happened yesterday. Like that, it's totally a distraction for anyone who has a long-term view. So I would suggest whenever looking at crypto as an asset to zoom out on the horizontal scale and also zoom out on the vertical scale. So what I'm showing here, each of these divisions is a factor of 10, right? So here we have 1 cent, $1, and $10,000. So this is, you know, an initial investment of €1 becoming 10 million euros. That's the scale, right? And so on this sort of scale, all of these ups and downs, which seem big, disappear. So for example, let's look at the S&P 500, the US stock market. So if you're involved at all in the stock market, you know that December 2019 has been a very good month, right? We're talking, you know, 15% up, which is really big for the stock market. But if you look on this scale, it's like a pixel, right? So I think this underlines the decision that anyone has when thinking about cryptocurrency as a possible investment. It's this kind of baby. It's still a baby. It's amazing because it's gone up like orders of magnitude, and yet compared to other assets, it's still a baby. This next chart shows that. So what I've done here is that it's hard to understand if somebody tells you that the price of Bitcoin is $7,000, it's hard to know whether that's high or low, right? Like, who knows? Like, it's all kind of, it's just really hard to know because it's just one Bitcoin and it's hard to put that in perspective. So what I've done here is I've taken the value of all of the Bitcoin in existence, right? So starting from the beginning of Bitcoin, as time goes on, more Bitcoins got rewarded to miners. So there have been more Bitcoins in existence. And the price has been going up and down, right? So I multiply the number of Bitcoins in existence by the current price, and that gives you the market cap. What I've done with that is I've divided that by the value of all of the gold above ground in the world, right? So all of the gold that has already been dug out of the ground and is sitting in vaults around the world and owned mostly by central governments, but also a good amount is in jewelry and so on, and their estimates of this. So basically they're estimates for how much gold there is in the world at any given time. So I've divided the value of all the world's Bitcoin divided by the value of all the world's gold, and I've done that for 11 years. So what you can see here is that currently the value of all the Bitcoin in the world is about 1% that of all the gold. In other words, all the gold is worth 100 times what all the Bitcoin is worth. And if you do that for Monero, and arguably this analogy is even more apt for Monero because when you turn a bar of gold over, you don't see a list of everyone who owned that bar of gold. You just see gold. So Monero acts more like actual gold than Bitcoin does. Therefore, it makes more sense to make a ratio of all the world's Monero. How much is that worth? Divide that by how much all the world's gold is worth. If you do that, we're looking at 1/100th of 1%. So that's what I mean when I say that this asset class is still a baby. It's still early. Things could go well for it. Things could go very wrong for it. There could be a bug that nobody knows about. There could be governmental action, which a lot of people, I think, overly worry about because they, I think we geeks tend to think of governments as being like Reddit moderators with just like ban power. And that's not really how governments work. It's a bit more deliberative. And like if an unjust ban happens, there are things like the Supreme Court that might be asked to decide whether, for example, Americans have a fundamental right to transact value in a private manner. This could be a court case that comes up in the future for put forth by people who really care about privacy as a fundamental human right. But so I'll leave with that, and thanks for your attention.
Thanks so much, Daniel. Very thorough. Very thorough. I hope you guys enjoyed. That's all the content that we have for today. We have more things coming tomorrow. Go to decentral.community if you want to see all the different things that we've got coming on tomorrow. We start at 1 o'clock p.m. Until then, we're just going to be messing around here in the cluster. We're going to have some of the assemblies over here. Please enjoy the rest of your day here at C3. I know for many of you, the evening is just getting started. For others, what's up? Question. Okay. I mean, there's nobody after Daniel, so if you guys want to stick here and ask questions, like, I don't think Daniel has anywhere to be, so that's totally fine. Okay, so we have one question over here. For those of you who have to go, you're dismissed. It's okay. No, that's not.
Hello? Hello? Okay, great. A lot of people stayed, so questions are worthy. I want to bring it back to your Nobel idea. And first off, thank you again for making a very in-depth and very accessible presentation. Given what you're postulating here and the fact that modern-day capitalism and how we've developed technology is based on the free market, can you give a prediction, for example, if in 10 years Bitcoin is the predominant form of currency, what asymmetric information and knowledge markets will do for us, and what are the implications? How do we reconcile asymmetry to free markets as it stands?
Yeah, so, sorry. As I mentioned, there are now companies whose job it is to try and link names and faces to Bitcoin addresses, right? So these are known as chain analysis companies. And that is a source of reduction of information asymmetry, right? Because if I'm about to do business with Diego, and I'm not sure whether he's, worthy of doing business with because I'm worried about him ruining my good reputation, what I could do is type in Diego's Bitcoin address into some sort of like browser, and it spits out a report for me with probabilistic assessments of what the chances are that he's this kind of crook or that kind of crook or all sorts of different categories of crook. Basically, like a social credit score, right? That would be pulled on Diego based on his transaction history in the Bitcoin blockchain. There are companies doing this, and they do offer their services to law enforcement agencies, to exchanges. They're quite expensive. So if I wanted to do that, I would need to sign up for a subscription with one of these companies for a price of like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, right? So in effect, it's only the big people, it's only big companies who can afford that. It's the little people remain blind as to the kind of risk associated with the people they do business with, yet the powerful institutions who can afford this knowledge have complete knowledge of this, and they are free to come down with the ban hammer on anyone who does business with the wrong kind of person. So you already see this signs of this Akerlof market happening in the Bitcoin market, in that the price of freshly minted mined Bitcoin, in other words, virgin Bitcoins that were rewarded to a miner, right? Those go for a slightly higher price than Bitcoins that were circulating in the economy, right? And then came out. There's like, it's hard to know because in order to get the virgin Bitcoins, you have to be buddies with somebody in Shenzhen. You have to have connections to get the right stuff. But there is this price differential, which is predicted in the Akerlof paper. This is the virgin Bitcoins here. These are the used Bitcoins here, like used by, not perfect people here. And the offer price, there's going to be a bifurcation in the market price. And there's going to be kind of more reluctance on the goods. So just like in the paper, the owners of the good used cars get frustrated by this process and they leave, right? So my prediction is that people with squeaky clean reputations who have done everything right, they've paid their taxes, they've done, checked every box for being a good person, they're going to look at the situation in which every Bitcoin that they receive constitutes a risk to their hard-earned reputation and just say, I'm out. I'm not going to deal with that. And they're going to move to a situation like Monero, which also has good features for basically like the types of clients I work with, like high net worth. Again, they are just creeped out by this idea that somebody can type in their Bitcoin address and instantly find out how much money they have, right? Like all this whale alert stuff, which is kind of part of the meme culture of Bitcoin, right? So like, oh wow, Satoshi's coin, Satoshi's coins have not yet moved, but Satoshi's dog's coins just moved. Wow, news alert, like that kind of thing, which is part of the Bitcoin culture. It's going to lead to more of this bifurcation, and unless the sources of information that reduce the information asymmetry become like free to everybody, which seems a bit unlikely because it is rather labor intensive to be, doing all this data mining. And plus you have to have agreements with like the KYC exchanges. You have to have a source of data, which means you have to have these legal agreements with all the people who are collecting the metadata. So it's like this kind of closed economy, right? So it seems just very unlikely that information will be given away for free. And so this information asymmetry is likely to continue to persist in surveillance coins, which I think is just going to, for people who are awake, it's going to hasten a second look at fungible projects like Monero. Yep, another question.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for your talk. And my question is somehow connected to the answer you just gave, and also to what you mentioned before about regulation. So what you mentioned before about the control, the chain analysis, that's not just something that is being done on cryptocurrencies. In Europe, for example, this is a requirement from something called the Anti-Money Laundering Directive. And this is mandatory for a bank to check when you're doing a bank transfer in euro or in dollar to understand where this money is coming from, to see if the money is being washed or not. For example, car dealers are subject to this anti-money laundering law, which means that if I want to buy a car with Monero, I need to demonstrate in Europe to the government where I actually got this money. And like from what I understand, if I have a view key for my Monero wallet, it's not just basically, I can just say this is where my Monero is coming from, but it is as much as saying that I just found them on the street. So I still not, so from my knowledge of anti-money laundering, this is not enough for the car dealer to accept the payment, at least not according to the current EU regulation and US regulation. We also have a new directive that is coming in force probably next year, the FAT from the Financial Action Task Force, which we require on every OECD country, so in G7 country, even United States, for everybody that is accepting payment in cryptocurrency to do KYC of both parties, the party that is receiving the money and the party that is sending money. And I feel that this is somehow incompatible with the way Monero is working currently, even if I find it fascinating. So what you mentioned before, my question is, in the end, how do you think it will be possible to make Monero compatible with those regulation in Europe and United States, which are actually getting much stricter in the future?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Monero does have opt-in transparency. So by default, everything is encrypted on the blockchain. But with the view key, it is possible for any Monero holder to provide kind of transparency to the people that they choose to provide transparency to. So privacy doesn't necessarily mean secrecy, it just means control. It means the owner of the funds is the one who controls who they share the information with. The information is there and exists if the owner elects to share the view key, right? Another thing is that it's know your customer, not know your customers, like infinite, like, you know, that's not really what, even with a very draconian regulation, I don't think that it's actually what the law says. This was actually looked at by one of the volunteer work groups in Monero, the let's see, compliance work group, and they looked at the travel rule of the US regulation and found that there's intrinsically nothing incompatible with that, with the way Monero works. So I think tangled up in this is that there is a lot of misconception about Monero, and frankly there's a lot of slander, because if you're a dominant cryptocurrency and you want everybody to know that everybody in your coin is a good guy, and all of the unsavory bad people, well, they're in that coin over there, that's not us, that's going to be like basically a big FUD campaign. And that's something that I feel that Monero has been up against for a long time. And it's one of the reasons that I've, you know, gone public as a squeaky clean guy, saying that, you know, people like me need Monero too. And I'm going to claim my, you know, First Amendment right to speech as an American, to have this form of speech which encodes a form of value that is private. And you know, if I choose to, I will happily share that information with other parties. But it's going to be my decision. So I hear you, and I mean, part of me agrees with you that it might get much worse. Who knows? There is a lot of misinformation out there. I just hope that more like good people come out and make a public stand for their human rights. You know, it takes, you know, it takes a little bit of guts. Same? Thanks. Oh, Diego's saying the same thing with encryption. Oh, right. So there was in the 90s, there was the debate in America over whether backdoors should be put into like all encryption, right? And so it's kind of a similar, this is like the 2020 battleground now is going to be, I think, in decentralized stores of value as opposed to encryption itself. But I think the deeper point to what you're saying is, yeah, there's still work to be done. There's still people to educate, and I think the ideals of the Monero project, by the way, are quite noble, because it's not like the Monero devs are sitting around trying to figure out how to shield criminals. They're thinking, how can we protect political dissidents in repressive regimes? How can we protect a Venezuelan who is fleeing their country from oppression and desperately trying to find some way of taking their life savings with them as they flee to a less repressive country, right? Like these are things that are perhaps technically illegal in the jurisdiction of interest, but if you look at a larger morality, I think especially like those of us in the West would say that, I mean, if you're escaping, some awful place, are we going to be really that concerned that you bought cryptocurrency and it was illegal in your country, before you became a refugee? Well, I hope not, right? I hope that there would be some recognition that following the letter of the law is not 100% of the time isomorphic to a morally just stance. Yeah.
Hey, thank you for the talk. I learned a lot. I have a question to the fungibility part. So this is the first time I heard about how the privacy works with Monero, so I'm probably doing a simple mistake, but everyone knows, so the protection for the senders was the ring, right?
Oh, right, yeah. The sender is protected by ring signature.
Yeah. But everyone knows one of the 11 people sent something, or is it only the people in the ring?
Actually, nobody knows. Even the other people in the ring, let's see. Actually, they might know, the other people in the ring, but they're randomly selected. So they're not going to know each other.
Oh, so only, okay. Yeah, I thought everyone knows one of the 11 people sent something, but I thought that was the protection, but nobody knows.
Let's see, yeah.
Yeah, so the way, I'm not going to get too deep into this because we're going to have other talks that kind of delve into the technology, and once again, you can get masteringmonero.com. There's a free ebook that goes in depth into the technology here. But yes, you are correct that when I compose a ring signature, I choose 10 decoys. Currently, the number is 10 for Monero, but it could be increased or decreased at will. Based on what we decide in the future. I choose 10 other decoys that nobody knows whether these are spent or not. So what I am capable of doing is proving in a sort of zero knowledge proof that one of these people has sent money, and we don't know which one. I obviously know which one as the spender. If you are chosen as one of my ring members, then you obviously know that you didn't send it, right? So now you've narrowed down the anonymity set by one, right? So you still got 10 people to get through. You're not quite sure what it is, but it's actually a very important distinction. You're not mixing transactions here. You're mixing outputs, and outputs are different. So even if you were to crack the ring signature, okay, you did not identify a person. You identified an output, which is similar to the actual bill in your wallet. So it's more like, okay, I know which bill is the real one. I still don't know what person sent it. I know which bill is the real one. And you don't know the denomination of that bill, and you don't know the destination of that bill, because those are protected by other things, ring CT and stealth addresses respectively. So this layered process of privacy on Monero means that if one of them is cracked, we still have fallback privacy things. So yes, that metadata that leaked is not good. Right? And in some cases, it could be enough. In some cases. In many cases, I would argue in most cases, it's not going to be enough to identify a person, to identify a denomination, and to identify a recipient. So this layered thing gives Monero a lot of strength.
Yeah, just to add one thing to that, is that sometimes people inaccurately say that Monero does mixing. So in other words, they'll say that there's 11 members and they all mix and then one of them gets spent. It's actually not mixing. So mixing in Bitcoin is where people go to a laundromat to exchange stains. That's mixing in Bitcoin, right? So you basically have a bunch of kind of probably shady people because no squeaky clean person would volunteer to give up their Bitcoin and get some random Bitcoin in exchange. So you have another race to the bottom, is that the only people in Bitcoin who are mixing are likely actually bad people. And so for someone who is better than average, whatever that means, it's not going to be in their best interest to participate in mixing. So they're going to leave. And so now you have a new bottom half of society. They're going to be mixing. Now the better ones of those are going to like look at the other people mixing and say, well, I don't want to risk getting one of their coins. So like again, you have a race to the bottom. That's in Bitcoin. In Monero, it's decoys. So the 11 members of this ring are there. It's the actual sender and 10 decoys, right? No funds are mixed. It's just that 10 different identities get added in, and the only thing that is cryptographically proven is that one of them spent it. It's not mixing. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Maybe one second question. So these were a lot of good things about Monero. Can you maybe tell us one thing that you don't like about Monero?
Yeah. I should think this over so I have something more organic sounding to say, but it might be too it might be too pure. It might be too against anything that looks like advertising or cheap shilling. I mean, like, part of it is a reaction to the larger cryptocurrency space, which is just like the dot-com bubble, in which you had internet plus stupid idea is sexy company. We're still in that phase in blockchain. There's still like thousands of really idiotic projects out there kind of duping people into giving them money. And that revulsion to that, which is part, I think, of the Monero ethos, leads to what might be a bit of an overreaction. Like, we're going to do absolutely nothing to make it look like we're trying to be promoting stuff, you know? And so as a result, nobody knows about us. I mean, we do grassroots things. We do outreach to high IQ communities like C3 and DEF CON in Vegas. Like basically the people who are going to be receptive to this combination of high technical competence and sort of independence and like a sort of libertarian streak. But if you look at, like how frequently Monero is reported on in like the crypto press, it's almost never. It's like all the attention goes to all these other projects that, raised like literally billions of dollars to like put in a war chest and, send free t-shirts to thousands of people, or, all these stupid things that these projects do once they have stupid amounts of money given by kind of stupid people. Like Monero is kind of trying to make its existence known in that noise. So, but by saying that, I'm not saying that I think we should start having like a Monero advertisement work group or something. That sounds ridiculous when I say it. I don't know what the solution to that is, but it might be too grassroots.
I have one thing to speak to that actually, and this cluster is a really big proof of exactly what he just said. Monero, along with RIAT, is one of the two hosts for this cluster. Every assembly is kind of here because the Monero community raised the funds to build this stage, to get all these things, right? But if you look around here, you'll see the Replicant sign, the GNU sign, the Paralelni Polis sign. There is no Monero anything here, right? Unless, I mean, most people will come here and not even know that Monero did anything. We were so busy making sure this is such a quality place with quality talks, with quality assemblies. We didn't have time to scrounge any Monero stuff up to show people that we're the ones putting this on. Man, we got to fix that for next year. But anyway, yeah, I mean, in theory, we can go indefinitely, but I am going to go ahead and call it here. Daniel, will you be available off stage? If any of you have any other questions, then by all means, come talk to Daniel. He's more than happy to talk with you guys all day, all night. But we are finished for today. Let's give him one last big hand, and one big hand for all of the other speakers that came today. Yeah, more stuff tomorrow. Enjoy your time at C3. Enjoy your time here at Leipzig. Daniel is available one last time. Thank you to all of the people that are running the sound and running the video for today. You guys are also awesome. We're signing off for today. Stop the stream. Shut everything down. Let's go home.